Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the August 17th, 2023 meeting of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund Board of Trustees. For the record, I'm President Jeffrey Blackwell, and this meeting is being held in person at our office at 425 South Financial Plaza. Please note that a quorum for this meeting is 7 members in person. CTPF has provided a remote access option for those who wish to attend virtually. And access instructions have been posted on our website. Please note the following. Trustees who wish to speak, please raise your hand and I will call on you in order. I've asked Vice President Price Ward to help me track the speakers. All participants, please wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. I will ask for a motion and second on an agenda item before any discussion on the merits. Please limit discussion from each trustee to 3 minutes unless the body consents to additional time. I'm going to request that a trustee not raise a hand to speak more than 2 times on any matter, except to raise a point previously not raised or to answer a question. Please make sure debate is germane to the motion pending. I will entertain a motion with due respect for the length of the debate to close or limit debate to a period certain. I'm going to ask that board counsel to assist me by pointing out if any of the adopted standing rules of debate are not being followed. Our agenda calls for us to go into executive session. I'm sorry, I skipped something. Please be respectful of each other and allow frank and full discussion, but in an efficient manner. Our agenda calls for us to go into executive session. We will suspend our Zoom meeting and ask non-attendees to leave the room while we are in closed session. Please monitor the meeting online to determine when we are back in open session. For our staff and trustees to focus on the business of the meeting, we will not respond to messages from the public sent using the Zoom chat feature. If you have questions, please forward them to memberservices@ctpf.org. At this time, I would like to turn the meeting over to our Executive Director, Lenore, who would like to address this body.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, staff, and all of our members. I'm Carlton Lenore, Executive Director for the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund, and I have a statement that I'd like to read into the record. In August 2022, I became aware of an inquiry into my conduct as an employee of the Teachers Retirement System involving forwarded emails from my TRS account. At the next board meeting on August 16, 2022, in executive session, I informed our board about this matter and answered questions regarding the emails. I shared with the board that I personally ensured that all relevant information was deleted from both my personal and CTPF accounts. Importantly, none of the forwarded emails were ever accessed. I was informed that the Illinois Office of the Executive Inspector General was considering issuing a report even after these efforts. I wrote a letter explaining that the statements made in their report were defamatory and without merit. Despite the letter, the OEIG issued its report this past June. While I found it disappointing that this matter escalated to this level and have many concerns about the report's content, the board was notified as soon as I became aware. I appreciate the supportive statement issued by the fund when this information was picked up by the media earlier this week, and I'm truly sorry that an issue between me and TRS has escalated to this level and caused this distraction for the fund and our members. For the past 2 years as Executive Director of CTPF, and for the over 30 years prior that I've worked in this field, I've worked tirelessly to help preserve and protect the pensions of our public service employees. Since my first internship here at CTPF, I've worked each day to ensure that our members' pensions are protected and that their futures are secure. This is my life's work. I was hired by this board to move our organization forward by rebuilding relationships with our stakeholders and resetting this organization. And I can say with your help, we have done just that. Most importantly, we have fostered trust, we've overcome challenges, we've embraced change, and we have worked tirelessly to shape our future, and we've done that together. While this has been an unfortunate interruption, I want to make sure that this remains an issue between me and TRS, and I would like to close the chapter on this issue and focus on the future and continue my life's work on behalf of our members. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to turn this now over to our outside counsel, Carolyn Clifford, and ask her to confirm what steps were taken to mitigate the situation.
Thank you, Executive Director Lenore. Again, I'm Carolyn Clifford. I am the outside counsel to the Board of Trustees of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. I can confirm in August of 2022 that Executive Director Lenore informed the board that his former employer had initiated a complaint with the Illinois Office of the Executive Inspector General, the OEIG, regarding matters that occurred while he was an employee at Teachers Retirement System. During the OEIG's investigation, TRS notified Chicago Teachers Pension Fund that TRS documents were sent to a CTPF email account and asked that those documents be removed. CTPF fully complied with this request and took all necessary steps to ensure that the material was deleted and purged from Chicago Teacher Pension Fund systems. Thereafter, in early September 2022, TRS advised Chicago Teachers Pension Fund that it required no further action on the part of Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. In July of 2023, Chicago Teachers Fund became aware that the OEIG had published its investigative report in this matter on its website, in which it stated that no further investigation action is necessary, and it now considers the matter closed. Finally, so that it is clear, no additional action has been requested of or is required of Chicago Teachers Pension Fund in resolving this matter. Chicago Teacher Pension Fund has fully cooperated and complied with all the requests from TRS to resolve the matter. And as President Blackwell has previously noted, this matter is closed. So at this time, I'll turn it back to you, President Blackwell.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Carlton. We'll now move on to public participation. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak, wish to be heard? As of my note, I have 4. I'll start with Ms. Linda Williams. She's participating remotely, I believe so. Can anybody see if she's on? Ms. Williams?
Yes, I'm just now getting on
Okay.
as a panelist. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, CTPF trustees and staff. I'm going to read a statement from Patricia Coverstall, who is unable to be with us this morning. The statement reads as follows. Trustees, please vote for the proposed health insurance policies. At this time, I want to thank Carrie, Dean for all of their work. I know Lincoln Yard is not on the agenda, but I want to say I agree with Crane Business, Chicago Business, and that this is a poor investment, and ask that the trustees vote no for the investment. Thank you. Now I'm speaking as Linda R. Williams, a CTPF annuitant and retiree. By now, everyone has read or heard about the Crane article and other articles concerning the CTPF executive director. At this time, I'm requesting that the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund Board of Trustees investigate this matter further, and please do not sweep it under the rug, and report back to the CTPF active and retired members as to the results and outcome of this investigation. I know I've just heard this morning from the executive director and the outside counsel, but if this has been closed, as everyone is saying now today, to us. Why is it that there is a do not hire still on Mr. Lenore's file with TRS? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Up next, we'll give her a minute. So. Our next speaker, we have Tina Padilla.
Hello, good morning, Board of Trustees, Executive Director, and everyone there this morning. I'm Tina Padilla, Pension Advocacy Group Representative. Thank you, Linda, for your comments and concerns. We carry the same ones. As I mentioned at our first time I introduced the Pension Advocacy Group, we're here to bring our concerns in a focused, clear, and concise manner. These are three issues that I'm going to bring to you today. The first one is, when and how will you be sharing the detailed reports of the Lincoln Yard investigation? The second one is, after we reviewed the administrative and investigative investment report, we noticed there was legal's year-to-date budget. They were over 50%, and that was concerning. There was other concerns. For example, there were line items missing from that report. One, for example, was communications. Communications doesn't have a budget, or why wasn't that reported on the administrative and investigative report? And lastly, I wrote to all the trustees on August 9th and have not received a reply yet. One of the things that our mission and vision is to bridge some of the gaps that we see, because we all are here to do the same thing. We want to restore and make sure that our hard-earned money is invested well, so it's here for all of us in perpetuity. Thank you and have a great meeting.
Thank you, Tina. Next, I have Martin Zimmerman. Morning.
Hit this? Morning. Is it on now? Yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Martin Zimmerman. I have been a television writer and Writers Guild of America member for 9 years. I have worked on shows such as Ozark and Narcos, among others. I have many friends who are Chicago teachers and have made many more friends among the Chicago teachers who have been a constant presence on our picket lines and at our strike events, as we have been on strike since May 2nd of this year. I want to thank former CTPF trustee Jay Rehack for making us aware of this meeting. I'm speaking today on behalf of the thousands of TV and film writers who are on strike, fighting back against one of the most comprehensive assaults on compensation and working conditions that I have seen in my career. We want to get back to work, but not just any work. We want sustainable jobs that recognize our value in creating stories for audiences worldwide and that generate billions of dollars for our employers. Your pension fund is invested in the media companies that are our employers, companies we are trying to negotiate with and are striking against. Writers' proposals would cost each company 0.2% or less of their annual revenues, yet this strike is now in its 4th month as the studios have yet to negotiate a fair deal, letting the whole industry and the local economies that this industry supports suffer. As media companies drag this disruptive strike out, what's at stake is not just a fair contract for writers and actors, but also an equitable and sustainable future for workers across the entertainment industry. Media companies are prioritizing short-term profits over the long-term sustainability of their businesses by failing to address writers' issues. I have seen this firsthand. I've worked on immensely profitable shows that have been disrupted because key creative members have had to work second and third jobs just to make rent. The strike has already significantly impacted business operations across this industry. This should be a concern for shareholders like CTPF. I urge the CTPF board to tell these companies to end this disruptive strike by offering writers a fair deal that sustains the writing profession and the long-term financial health of these companies. The Writers Guild would be happy to provide you with more information if you're interested in learning more. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And we have our last speaker. We have Jay Rehak.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for allowing me to speak with you today. But before I even get to that, I want to thank some of the staff for helping me with some healthcare issues that I've had. And I only know him by first name because we just talked on the phone, but there's a gentleman by the name of Brad who's been very helpful, Linnell, Christine, and Tyrone. Anyway, that's all resolved, and I thank you for it. It's an honor to be in front of all of you. Many of you I know personally, so it's kind of a homecoming. I haven't been to this space before. It's a beautiful space. I'm happy you have it. Happy that you're running the fund as well as you are. I am going to follow up with words that relate to the previous speaker, so I apologize in the sense that it's a little bit redundant, but it's a little bit different, a little bit more nuanced in the sense that I was in your position a long time ago. I'm not now, and it's your call. But anyway, I wrote this out. I'm going to kind of read it this way. So again, forgive the redundancy. As I'm sure you were aware, the Writers Guild of America and the Screen Actors Guild are on strike around the country against the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, with talks at a seeming standstill after 108 days. My concern are the investments the CTPF have with all of the publicly traded companies, production companies involved in the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. And I have a list here of the top 10, which I'm going to give to each one of you just as a reference. But as fiduciaries, I know your concern at the end of the day is the bottom line. I remember quite famously, one of our trustees used to say the only thing that she saw was green. She never saw Union red or blue or anything else. She just said it's all about the green. And I respect that, because I know as fiduciaries that how well our managers do impacts our ability to pay our retirees and keep the funds solvent. And while the job of trustees is to never micromanage investments, it is important that our trustees not turn a blind eye to current realities. So I know, for example, BlackRock and State Street, among other managers of the CTPF funds, have investments in the 10 companies that I'm speak of: Disney, Netflix, Fox, AMC, Viacom, IMAX, Warner Brothers, Paramount. So what I'm asking for you to do specifically, and I'm asking the trustees to request all of our money managers to enumerate to the CTPF exactly how many shares we have of each of these entities, with the idea that we get a sense of our exposure. Now, before trustees get concerned at how long this will take the money managers, I can assure you this is not a burdensome request in any way. And as fiduciaries, it's important that trustees have this information available to them as needed. And here's why. Most importantly, I want you to understand, you may already know this, that there is a national movement afoot by other pension funds around the country to reassess their position with these companies. And I urge the CTPF trustees to be ahead of this movement, or at least abreast of it, and begin the process of discussing the long-term value of these assets with our money managers, specifically as they relate to the long-term labor unrest. Specifically, just bottom line, the stocks are going to keep going down in value until this is resolved. And I think that it's important that we be aware of it and we get out of it if we can. Of course, that's my position. Thank you very much. I'm gonna give you each one of these sheets just as a little cheat sheet of it. But thank you for your time. It's an honor to be here. And again, hello to everybody, Victor out there, but everybody else, thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Recording in progress.
We have one more speaker. Yeah. We have one more speaker that's participating remotely. Lavelle Preston. Was that Lavella? Oh, that's a you? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Preston, I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Good morning, everyone. Board of Trustees, Executive Director, and audience that is virtual. I am an annuitant of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. I am currently the first Vice President of the Retired Teachers Association of Chicago, and we work very closely with the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund and the pension trustees that are also on our board of directors, that being Mary Sharon Riley and Maria Rodriguez. I come this morning to confirm the Linda Williams's comments to you regarding the do not hire that is on the TRS website concerning our executive director, Mr. Lenore. I look forward to further clarification of this, even though I know counsel has said that the matter is closed. It does not seem to be closed to us at this moment in time. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. That's it, no one else? I'm sorry.
Yeah. President Blackwell, I'd like to take this opportunity to just make one quick comment. We did receive.
Let me ask counsel if that's in order.
Trustee Rodriguez, public comment is for public, and so we're going to hold trustee discussion and comments for later on in the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see, but can we allow someone to speak that didn't sign up for public participation? Okay, come on.
Hi, another WGA member. Tracking back a little bit.
I'm sorry, could you state, we didn't understand.
Sure, my name is Brett Neveu. I'm with the Writers Guild Association East, longtime Chicago resident, a member of A Red Orchid Theater here in Chicago for 20 years, and a captain in the Writers Guild, and actually taught Jay Rehack's daughter at Steppenwolf from their high school program, and I also have been teaching at Northwestern for over a decade now as an instructor. And just to reiterate how important this is, the Writers Guild of America represents thousands of TV and film writers. We've been on strike for over 100 days now. And to this day, media companies that CTPF is invested in, as Jay said, who are also our employers, our direct employers, have yet to offer writers a fair deal. SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, joined us on strike over a month ago after the companies refused to make a fair deal with them too. This is the first time in 63 years that both our unions have been on strike simultaneously. We are united by a common drive to fix a broken system, stop the systemic erosion of our careers, and ensure that we share in the success of the material we create. The other Hollywood unions stand with us too. as well as the Chicago unions also, including the teachers union. The company's failure to negotiate a fair deal and end the strike exposes your fund's investment to financial risk. Writers and actors have stopped contributing our labor to the hundreds and hundreds of shows and movies that we create that feed TVs, theaters, and streaming services, including my own work in television and film. Because of the strike, the studios will have almost no new scripted shows to air on their broadcast networks this fall, which is massive. The longer this goes on, the worse the financial impact will be for all of us. Last month, anonymous industry executives said, and you may have heard this, that companies wanted to break the WGA, to break the union, and that the end game is to allow things to drag on until union members start losing their apartments and losing their houses, indicating a willingness to bleed us dry and rather than negotiate a fair deal. Longer term, the strike is about the financial stability of the media industry itself. Because we are striking for a deal that would keep writing a sustainable career instead of the precarious gig work the companies are trying to turn it into, and they're very close to turning it into that. And recently, CalPERS board members made a commitment to engage with the major media companies to discuss the strike's impact on their finances. We in the WGA and SAG-AFTRA, if I can speak for them momentarily, urge you to do the same, to express concern regarding the impact of the strike on your investments, and urge them to settle the strike to ensure stability for writers, the industry, and all of our investments. As my friend and colleague Martine, as well as Jay mentioned, we at the WGA would be happy to provide you with more information, and I'm so happy that Jay handed you those flyers too. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Brett. No one else, Cecilia? Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to roll call. We have 3 trustees participating remotely. Correct?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Before we take the roll, I would like to ask the remote participants to identify themselves for the record.
Mary Sharon Riley.
Victor Ochoa.
We have Tanya too, right?
Oh.
So now we need to call the roll.
Roll call. Mr. Blackwell,
Present.
Ms. Nelson,
Present.
Ms. Price Ward. Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez,
Present.
Dr. Travelos.
Present.
Ms. Benson,
Present.
Mr. Washington,
Present.
Mr. Weiss.
Present, thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Now that we have a quorum on site as required by the Open Meetings Act, we will now move on to the first item of business, trustee appointments. Our first order of business is to swear in our new trustees. CTPF was notified that the Chicago Board of Education has appointed Rudy Lozano Jr., who won't be present today, and Tanya Woods to our Board of Trustees. Trustee Lozano's term will run through October 31st, 2024, and Trustee Woods' term will run through October 31st, 2023. We have Trustee Woods with us today, and she will now take her oath of office. Trustee Lozano will take his oath of office in a future meeting. At this time, our board counsel, Carolyn Clifford, will administer the oath of office. Carolyn, can you please assist us with this oath?
Yes, and thank you, President Blackwell. Ms. Woods, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
All
I
right.
can.
Ms. Woods, would you raise your right hand and repeat after me, stating your name? I state your name, do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of Trustee of the Public School Teachers Pension and Retirement Fund of Chicago,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of trustee of the Public School Teachers Pension and Retirement Fund of Chicago
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Trustee Woods. Welcome and congratulations. You will be sent and sign a
you.
DocuSign document, and your signed oaths will be included in a record of this meeting. And at this time, I'll turn it back to President Blackwell.
Thank you, Carolyn. On behalf of the CTPF Board of Trustees, I would like to welcome you to our board. Trustee Woods, we all look forward to working with you and learning from you. At this time, we'll return to the business of our meeting and proceed with the vote agenda. Our first item of business is the approval of remote attendance and full participation by trustees attending remotely. The Open Meetings Act allows for remote participation by a trustee if a quorum is physically present, which for our board is 7 members, and a member cannot physically attend due to one of 4 exceptions: personal illness or disability, employment purposes of the business of the public body, family or other emergencies, or unexpected childcare obligations. The following trustees, Ochoa, Riley, and Woods, have indicated they will attend this meeting remotely. Trustees, please state the general category of the statutory exception for your remote attendance and confirm you meet the requirements under OMA. Do we need to do that, Carolyn?
Yes, why don't we have each of our remote trustees, as you requested, state the general category, the statutory exception for the reason they cannot attend in person.
Thank you.
Let's start with Trustee Ochoa.
Okay, yeah, mine's a medical issue. That's why I cannot attend.
Thank you. Trustee Riley
Mine is as well.
and Trustee Woods. And she may have left to attend to her other meeting at this time.
Okay. I will now entertain a motion and a second from a trustee who is participating in person to allow our trustees attending remotely to fully participate in the meeting.
So moved.
Motion is made by Trustee Weiss. Is there a second? Motion is made by Trustee Weiss, seconded by Trustee Washington.
I have a question.
Can get the roll in.
Roll call. Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
I can't answer. I'll have to vote no because I didn't get my question answered as directed.
Dr. Travelos,
Yes.
trustee Vincent,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss,
Yes.
trustee Woods.
Before we move on, Maria, did you still want to ask your question or not?
The vote's already over. No, I can ask it, but the vote's already over. No, my question was, do we have to provide anything documented when we want to, when we can't attend because we're sick? Because I know that's been asked of me unless, so what is the answer to that? We do have to provide a medical document or a doctor's note saying that we have a medical reason for not attending in person?
I can adjust that. My recommendation to all of my boards in regards to this matter is that we take the word of our trustees of the general category and the reasons they can't attend and don't require any documentation to support it. Again, you could have a policy that's different than that, but that is what my recommendation is.
Okay, so for the record, that's for everybody across the board. Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion passed. Our next order of business is the approval of today's timed agenda and fixed time for adjournment. Do I have a motion to approve today's timed agenda and fixed time for adjournment?
Question quickly. Our time is off today.
Yeah.
You still want to stick with this time?
I do.
Okay. So are you making?
Are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, motion's made by trustee Nelson, seconded by trustee Price Ward. You can call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
then
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Travelers,
Yes.
trustee Vincent,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
That takes us to item B, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting on June 15th, 2023. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the regular board minutes on June 15th, 2023. Motion made by trustee Vincent. Is there a second? Seconded by trustee Washington.
I see no hands.
Okay, we call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Travelers,
Yes.
trustee Vincent,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss,
Yes.
Thank you. C, approval of staff health insurance consultants' recommendations for renewals. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of staff health and insurance consultants' recommendations for renewals.
So moved.
I know. We'll discuss it after. it's-
Yeah, I just want to get the motion.
Okay. Second.
Okay, the motion was made by trustee Washington, seconded by trustee Price Ward. And then, good morning.
Discussion.
Can we hold this after the presentation? They're gonna,
No, it's before the presentation, because there was a board committee meeting on the health insurance recommendations, and there was a no. It failed the committee. So everyone should know that, because that's part of, the report, that it failed in committee. So this says approval of staff, okay, and the consultants, but not the committee.
This wasn't even presented at the committee meeting.
It failed at committee meeting, during our committee meeting.
And for
So
clarity,
that's part of our record, and we have to be careful about the record.
yes,
Am
and
I
trustee
correct?
Nelson, just for clarity, as trustee Riley started to point out, it did not receive a second. And as a result, I wouldn't characterize as a failure of a vote, but a failure of a motion to come from committee. So it has been brought as a staff recommendation. And thank you for that
Exactly.
clarity.
Thank you, and we always need clarity. So it's not a recommendation from the committee.
Correct.
Because it wasn't seconded.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
well, it read as approval from staff, right? Not from, okay, that's what I thought. All right.
But I'm sorry, but when we have a committee meeting, we have a recommendation that
I
comes to the
understand that. I
full
was just saying
board.
as it.
And
as
so
the
we're
motion was read,
clarifying, so
it
we don't
wasn't.
need any other discussion regarding that.
I'm just saying for clarification, as the motion was read, it didn't say from committee, Lois. That's why. I thought you were confused on that part, but thank you. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Okay, so good morning, all. The pension code actually limits the amount that we defray for members' health insurance costs to 65 million annually. We did have a carryover of 64.7 million, and we estimate 66.2 million in expenses. As such, the staff recommends that the board authorize a 60% subsidy for the calendar year for 2024. The health insurance premiums are evaluated each year. The carriers, Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Humana, ARP, United Healthcare, and Express Scripts we review the past year's claims to determine the premium rates. And we work with Siegel, our consultants, on this review. And we requested this past year for a Medicare request for proposal, which Siegel led the efforts on. As such, Cigna is a new vendor added this year from our Medicare members who are not eligible for Plan F. This plan will actually mirror Plan G. The negotiated rates are as noted on, if you scroll up, please. As such, for the Medicare rates, we were able to actually get a 30.1% decrease for the Humana. UHC, we had a 100% decrease in the rate because it went to a zero premium. An AARP, that's an individual plan, and those rates are actually negotiated each June. So in June of '24, they will be sent to us as such. Express Scripts, actually, we have a small increase of 1.7%. And then the Cigna plan being a brand new plan for Medicare, we were given the rates through the RFP process. The non-Medicare plans, we experienced some increases in those. For the HMO Blue Cross Blue Shield, it's a 7.6% increase. The Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO is a 20.9% increase. And the United Healthcare PPO premium is a 4.9% increase. The Medicare Part A and Part B rates are not provided to us by CMS until October, but we are recommending that they too stay with the 60% subsidy. So can I read the recommendation, board?
Yes.
Thank you. Based on the analysis and projections, Siegel and staff recommends continuing the subsidy of the annuitant health insurance cost at 60% and approving the renewal rates for calendar year 2024. Staff will continue to do our due diligence and reevaluate and reserve and subsidy levels on at least an annual basis. Thank you.
Excuse me. Carolyn, just for clarity's sake, because I don't know if when the debate was being made, that so people could understand that it did not actually fail, it failed to get a second. I want people to be clear on that.
That is correct. So because it didn't receive a second, it did not go to a vote. So under parliamentary procedure, a vote didn't take place.
Okay.
And so the recommendation shifted to bring it as a staff and consultant recommendation to the full board.
Okay, I just want everybody to be clear. I see you, Lois. I just want everybody to be clear on that. Are there any hands before I go to Lois? Okay, go ahead, Lois.
Oh, I want to discuss that item as to why it did not receive a second, because
Let me see if that's in,
Hmm.
is that Jermaine here?
a part of the
to ask-
committee did not second that, because the
let's make sure-
subsidy,
Lois, excuse me, I want to
I'm
make sure
talking
that,
to
no,
the
I understand that. I just want to make sure it's germane to the motion that's pending to discuss whether or not, why it didn't receive a second.
I think it is germane to the discussion so that
As
we
to why it
understand.
didn't-
why
Okay,
it
I
came
just
as a
want to make
staff
sure before we did.
recommendation.
All right.
thank you.
Mhm.
Because there should have been a higher subsidy. The analysis we were given was only 22, what happened in the year of 22. If we were to go back when the first subsidy was raised to 60%, that was because of the discussion in 2019, and it went into effect in 2020. In 2020, we had the pandemic. So therefore, a lot of procedures from our members were not done. And when procedures are not done, the insurance companies refund or reimburse the fund for a lot of the monies that were not spent. And that's been going over the years. That's a policy. So we've been getting money from the state, extra money from the monies that were taken years ago from the by the Board of Education. We've been receiving a lot of different money. So therefore, that money goes into the bucket, the insurance bucket for the retirees. Now we have the actives who have a different insurance. So we're speaking of when the actives become retirees, that subsidy money is used for the retiree plans. Now, therefore, there should have been an analysis from 2020 to see how much money was still in that bucket in 2020, because we do have investments through the Bank of New York that also go into that bucket. So you can't just start with 2022. If you start with the monies that were there through the pandemic and continue, then there needs to be a further analysis, because that subsidy should have either been 65 or 70 at this point. And so that's why I personally, at the committee meeting, requested a deeper dive into the bucket because it doesn't have to remain in that bucket. It could be given to the retirees who have a lot of medical expenses, medications, and everything else. So I hope I've clarified why that did not receive a second.
Thank you. Khadijah, you want to speak to that or no? Let me ask you, what would be the, if any, what would be the drawback to raising the subsidy to 70?
Based on our analysis, we felt we were looking at the numbers and we did not think that we would be able to hold for more than a few years at 70, and we would have to bring it back down. And that is because we're forecasting expenses to rise. And we're not 100% sure what's going to happen with the population. So we need to kind of look at that because we're adding a new plan too, so.
So if it was raised to 70 and like you had to scale back, possibly would it go below 60?
That is the concern because the costs have been rising, so.
Okay. Thank you. Mary Sharon has had a hand up for a while. I'm sorry, Mary.
Thank you, Jeff. A couple of reasons, a couple of things I want to say. I think it's a committee member's obligation to second a motion, vote against it, rather than not having the motion go through. But the other thing is that has happened before. When I retired, the subsidy was cut back to 50% because we ran out of money mid-year. And that's what can happen anytime, because healthcare costs are always rising and the number of retirees is rising. And if we're not dying off quick enough, we don't lower the number of people drawing on it. So there's a number of factors to consider, but I really think that we need to at least put things to a vote rather than do a backdoor access to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Maria.
Thank you. One of the other issues or whatever, Tammy, for the younger people here that Mr. Washington, Trustee Washington look at. On page 12, we had the cost for the Blue Cross and Blue Shield PPO renewal, and there was going to be a 20.9% increase on that. That's something that was a concern. But then Siegel explained to us, Dan Levin, right, got it, right. Dan, that's why we're going to do an RFP for that. But that was one of the issues. And the second issue was that we wanted to separate the two because that's what we've always done. The subsidy is made as one motion and then the health insurance is separate. And initially, no one made the motion, including the chair. There was no motion. And so what we did say is, well, let's separate it. Let's do the subsidy. Let's do the next part. And when Trustee Nelson and myself were willing to say, you'll second out, somebody will make the motion, I'll second it. The chair declined and said, we'll just take it to full committee. Thank you. Would you like a motion? Or there is?
Motion was made and seconded already.
Thank you.
There's no other hands, no other questions? Thank you, ladies. Call the question.
Roll call, trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
No at this time.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
trustee Trevelus,
Yes.
trustee Benson,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask
Thank you.
a question?
Excuse me. That takes us to D.
Sorry, what, Jeff?
Approval of staff health insurance consultants recommendation for non-Medicare plans, RFP. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of staff and health insurance consultants recommendation for non-Medicare RFP plans. Or Medicare plans.
Seconded.
Said vote, Victor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, Victor, is there a second?
That was me seconded.
You made it. A motion was made by trustee Ochoa, seconded by trustee Benson, or is it the other way around?
Gotcha.
You got it right.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna, go ahead, Jen, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So CTPF currently offers 3 medical plans to our non-Medicare retirees. We have a Blue Cross PPO, a United Healthcare PPO, and a Blue Cross Blue Shield HMO. And these 3 plans cover about 720 of our members and their dependents. Over the past couple of years, we've had small increases, 0.1% in 2022 and 2.5% in 2023. But these small increases have been well below industry benchmarks. In 2024, the premium increase for the non-Medicare plans is over the benchmark at 11.3%, and the benchmark is 7%. In addition to the premium increase, in addition to that, as was previously brought up by Trustee Rodriguez, the premium increase for Blue Cross and Blue Shield is 20.9%, and that is based on poor plan experience in that plan. And therefore, Siegel and staff are recommending that we engage in a competitive bid process and we evaluate the competitiveness of the current offerings against what is available within the market. So the recommendation, it reads as Siegel and staff recommend board approval to engage Siegel to conduct a competitive bid via request for proposal for a non-Medicare plans with a cost not to exceed $65,000.
Can a remote member make motions?
Trustee Blackwell?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Yes.
Trustee Ochoa?
Yes.
Trustee Price Ward? Trustee Riley?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Travelos?
Yes.
Trustee Benson?
Yes.
Trustee Washington?
Yes.
Trustee Wise?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Price Ward? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to E, approval of Network Operations Center Services vendor. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of Networks Operations Center Services vendor. Motion made by Trustee Benson, seconded by Trustee Washington. And morning, Dan.
Dan, hit your mic button.
RFP committee was formed earlier this year to select a network operations center services provider. The contract that's been in place for the past 5 years was through Sentinel Technologies. That contract is up for renewal. So the committee prepared an RFP proposal, which was posted on the fund website on May 12th. We also, in addition to posting the RFP, we reached out to Prism and posted it on their webpage. We also contacted about a dozen or so local companies, asking them to submit bids as well. We had 3 qualified submissions returned. They were from Lumen, RSM, and Sentinel. We did an extensive evaluation of the returned written proposals, and the evaluation committee unanimously agreed to propose Sentinel as the finalist. The Sentinel proposal has key advantages over the other ones and fits within the money allotted in this year's budget for Network Operations Center services. So the recommendation from the committee is to approve entering contract negotiations with the vendor finalist Sentinel Technologies.
Any questions? Call the question. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes, I know what's on it. Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No at this time.
trustee Travels,
Yes.
trustee Benson,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss,
Yes.
I'm sorry. President Blackwell.
Motion was made by Tammy, right? And you seconded. Yeah. Tammy made the motion and seconded by.
President, so this is just to approve the finalist list, not a contract negotiation, correct?
That was the actual.
Could you,
Trustee Rodriguez, that was for the actual contract to be awarded to Sentinel.
all right, thank you.
Okay, that takes us to F, adoption of hearing officers' proposed return to work findings. I'd like to entertain a motion for adoption of hearing officers' proposed return to work findings. Motion's made by trustee Ward, seconded by trustee Washington. Good morning, Becky.
Morning, President Blackwell and trustees. So we have, in regard to the return to work violations for the 2021-2022 school year, we had several appeals, and the fund's hearing officer then conducted administrative hearings for return to work matters for 8 members and provided recommendations in each case. So in summary of that, 2 of our members did then correct their numbers, and the recommendation there was that they were found not to exceed. So orders were provided in those matters to clear up their violations. And then 3 of our members who had appeals were found to have exceeded. So those recommendations from the hearing officer would be that they are found in violation. And then we had an additional 3 cases, 3 members, where there was a more unusual situation where the members did provide information that they were given guidance from CPS that they could work 140 days rather than 120 days. So in those matters, it was recommended that they be found to not exceed. And all of those recommendations from the hearing officer were provided with the detail of those cases. And our recommendation is that all 8 hearing officer orders and recommended findings be voted to be accepted by the board.
I would like to read the recommendation.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready for the recommendation? The recommendation from that committee is, it is recommended that the board adopt the hearing officer's orders and findings of fact and conclusions of law for each of the foregoing matters. And we're happy with the outcome.
Second.
Thought it was made and seconded already.
That's the committee.
Well, how would we take that out of order if we already made the motion in second? Would the makers have to rescind?
I think we'll go with the original motion in second, but I appreciate that we should have turned to trustee Nelson as the chair of that committee to have made the motion. Now, if you'd like to have the original motion withdraw, and then we can circle back and start with trustee Nelson, we can certainly do that.
If the makers of the motion don't mind, we can rescind it so Lois can make the motion.
Okay, already.
Okay, thank you, Quinn.
It is recommended that the board adopt the hearing officer's orders and findings of fact and conclusion of law for each of the foregoing matters.
Now you need a second. Okay, motion was made by trustee Nelson, seconded by trustee Rodriguez. Thank you, Becky.
I thought she had made it the first time, no? No, Becky?
This speaks to pension laws and administrative. Fees. People do not know how to apply for that 140 days, which we talked about in our meeting. General population, retired teachers do not know how to apply for the 140 days. And so that's something that we probably need to address, because if CPS is certified
before
140 days,
we have to vote.
Can maybe that's something that we need to say to CPS, because no one, there's been a very low number of people applying, and this is the last year. So something needs to be done about that.
So trustee Price, your comments are appreciated. I think we have a lot of work that we're going to follow up with staff and outside counsel on those issues. And I think we can proceed with the vote.
We didn't have the vote, Becky.
Roll call, trustee
Yes.
Blackwell,
We didn't.
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley, trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
trustee Travelos,
Yes.
trustee Benson,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
That takes us to G, approval of amendment to bylaws regarding access to outside counsel. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of amendment to bylaws regarding access to outside counsel. Motion is made by trustee Price
Second.
Ward, seconded by trustee Washington. Morning, Carolyn.
Good morning. So trustees, as I introduce this proposed amendment to your board council rule, I want to begin by thanking all of you for this last year that I have had the privilege to serve as your board counsel. I've learned a tremendous amount from you. I have so much respect for all of you. Every one of you trustees and staff members put a tremendous amount of time and dedication into this fund. And I am humbled by how hard you work to do the best by your membership. As part of this last year, you have also been tremendously gracious to provide us your time to educate us about the fund, about its history, about its operations, about your concerns, about your goals for making this a better fund. We have spent, Joe Miller and I, have spent time looking at your bylaws, making sure we understand what they provide, why they provide what they do, and starting to make small recommendations as we move forward, where we feel there can be improvement for the goal, of course, of serving our membership and putting all our resources, whether we're talking about time or we're talking about actual dollars, towards doing right by our beneficiaries. So in that regard, what we have discovered is the current board council rule is silent on the issue of how board council may be accessed and directed to engage in legal work for the fund. That is not unusual, but what is unusual is that we have found that there seems to have been lost in the interactions at times, going through the leadership of the fund, most specifically, President Blackwell is our president, as far as the trustees, and going through as far as staff, our executive director and our legal counsel. So just so there is clarity for one, and also making sure that communications are not just one direction, but are filtered through leadership so that we all understand what we're working on, what our priorities are for the legal work that you ask us to do, and that we make sure we do it efficiently and effectively in terms of using our resources, again, our time and our money in the most effective way. So the recommendation is the addition of two sentences, and I will read them to you from the recommendation. Direct communications between individual trustees and board counsel outside of board meetings or committee meetings shall require the approval of the board president. Direct communications between staff members and board counsel outside of board meetings or committee meetings where the staff members' regular duties do not require it shall require the approval of the executive director or the chief legal officer. Again, our goal is to make sure that our point people who are at the top of our chain of command are in the loop about those communications and what the topics are so that they can make sure that we, again, are effective and thoughtful in our communication. So I will pause there and see what questions I can answer. Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes. How would that work, for an example, when you sent us an email regarding the OEIG report? If we have to call, if someone is involved in such a report, we report to them first. We have to go, let me finish my question. We would report to the three entities, to Mr. Hurtado, Chief Legal Counsel, to the president, to the executive director. And then we would get permission to be able to speak to you?
No. What the rule would provide, and in the example that you give, you would reach out to Trustee Blackwell, President Blackwell, and you'd say, President Blackwell, I'd like to contact outside counsel. I have concerns about what this report provides, and I'd like to talk to Carolyn and Joe about it. And I would expect President Blackwell to say, that's fine. Keep me apprised of anything that I need to know about what you learned from speaking from fiduciary counsel.
And what if our request is denied or it's interpreted, not necessarily that, anything else, and said, I don't feel it's that important, we have more pending matters, then
I think you have to work amongst the other board members and say, I have a concern that President Blackwell is not hearing and understanding my need to have a conversation with board counsel on this topic. But my experience has been, and I work with a lot of firefighter and police pension funds who probably because of the nature of their public safety work are very much attuned to chain of command. And in practice, what I have found, Trustee Rodriguez, is that if the communications are occurring as they should amongst the fiduciaries, and those would be the four board members, you get a sense of where priorities are or what we're working on, such that I think you will find you will not be denied permission. What it actually is going to foster is communication. So let me give you another example, and this is a complete hypothetical. Let's say Trustee Weiss reaches out to Trustee Blackwell and says, I'd like to reach out to Joe and Carolyn and do a little bit more deeper dive on fiduciary duty in the context of some of these investment vehicles that we're looking at for the future. And President Blackwell says, interesting that you would ask about that, Trustee Weiss, because we have asked Carolyn to prepare a memorandum on that very issue. So I'd ask that you hold off on the contact. Let's see what communication she provides in terms of a memorandum, and then we'll follow up and see if any additional interaction is needed. What the goal is that you all receive the same advice from us, and you receive it in the time that the advice is provided, and whenever possible, receive it in writing. That is how we communicate clearly and avoid misunderstandings. But again, the goal is that the fiduciaries talk to each other. You're the decision makers. I am just a resource, and your resources should be used in a manner that fosters good governance principles and is thoughtful in how it goes. Otherwise, we might be going in opposite directions of what the goals of the fund are. And that's where we respect the leadership, starting with President Blackwell amongst the board members, and then amongst staff, it's with our executive director and our chief legal counsel.
But again, this is why I think it's always real important. And most recently, last fall, I voted against a contract because all that could have been included in a contract, communication with trustees, and it's so important when we vote for a contract and we don't even know what's in the contract. We could have been working collaboratively back then. And how does that include, I mean, we have no idea if when a call was made, we're never told you're billing us, you're not. What if you send me a text and just said, hey, Trustee Rodriguez, I'm on vacation. Do you know, for example, you're familiar with San Antonio. Can you give it? Is that, I mean, how, there has to be we have to distinguish it. Has to be a fine line.
Yeah, you're right,
Because
Trustee Rodriguez.
it works two ways. And I'm not saying it happened, not saying it, but as an example. I
Right.
mean, I'm
No,
saying-
your observations are appropriate. And Trustee Rodriguez, I think it starts with setting the written expectation. And then we work on implementing this policy in a manner that we make sure that all your voices are heard and that you are not denied access to the resources of this fund, which again include your outside counsel, but that we do it in a way that, again, leadership's informed, they're apprised, and they help coordinate to make sure not only that you get your questions answered, but when you get questions answered, that everyone's privy to the topics that are being addressed and they're, again, receiving the same information. That's good governance.
But sometimes the topics.
Let me come back to you. Lois had her hand up.
Thank you.
Oh, I'd like to go back to something you said in the beginning, is that you've learned a lot of history. So I'd like to go back to the point that we are all trustees elected by the membership, not elected by blow out in the street doing some other profession. We're all educators and we are elected by the members. Now, there was a vote taken when I was coming in back into the fund in 2019. It was on the, it was a idea that some things have to be rushed and decided on in a hurry. So therefore, the president was given the authority that if that were to happen, then the president could do that. That was the beginning. It has grown tremendously out of that initial take care of something in a hurry. So the bottom line is that whatever starts off small eventually grows, because right now you're taking the fiduciary responsibility away from us trustees who are elected to be trustees. So just a second, okay?
Oh, go ahead.
So the bottom line is this. If we're giving up total authority, now we trustees hire our outside vendor, okay? And I'm saying outside vendor because that's what it is, correct? I mean, that's the, the form that it is. So the bottom line is that we should be able to ask our attorney, our counsel, as we did with our previous counsel, which is Joe Burns' firm. If we had a question to ask Joe Burns, we called Joe and we asked that question of Joe. Now, it has nothing to do with what contracts we're doing or what RFPs we're doing. It's just a question from a trustee to the outside counsel, because the outside counsel is the counsel of the fund. It's not the counsel of the director who we hired, and it's not the counsel of the president who we chose to be our president among us after the election. Every election in November, we choose who the officers are. Now, we've done it by slate, which is okay, but normally it's each office, elected by the trustees. So we don't want to get out of hand with this and start at one level and then wind up another level.
I appreciate your comments. Trustee Nelson, you make a lot of important remarks. I want to separate two pieces though. Let me go back to your concern of some delegation that you did by policy before my time, but I'm aware that the policy exists regarding delegation so we can be efficient in getting work done before, when we can't get a board meeting together to take action on something that requires action immediately. That is a very typical policy. If there are concerns that it has become a slippery slope, that we aren't bringing things to the board through a process that's more thoughtful, then that's a separate governance issue, and we should look at that. Now, let's turn to your remarks that you.
Can I just,
Absolutely.
just quickly?
Absolutely.
This is very quick. Is that prior to that, as you say, governance policy, that the president signs everything and anything without speaking to the trustees? Before the trustees were given a call, what do you think about this? Okay.
And that gets me a little nervous, as you know, because we always had to be thoughtful about Open Meetings Act violations. I don't
No,
mind.
no.
Yeah,
Two trustees can talk together.
right,
So
absolutely.
before the president, whoever the president was, could ask a trustee over the phone. That's two people. What do you think about this?
Right.
Which is what should be done before signing papers, and the other trustees don't know what you're signing. And when you're signing, it's just presented to you by the, the director, staff, whoever is presenting.
And I think your observations are thoughtful ideas that I think President Blackwell will take to heart when he understands the enormous responsibility he has as your board president and your point man on these issues, that he needs to be cognizant to communicate with all of you as these things are unfolding. And so appreciate your remark. Let me again touch again on, Joe and I, as your outside resource as board counsel. Again, I don't believe what we are recommending here is to put in a plan that starts to completely and utterly diminish any of the 12 of you of speaking to us. The point of the policy is, let's communicate through our point person, our board president, who is expected to make sure in all, good governance and fairness to the group of fiduciaries that he provides the opportunity. It's just that he needs to know about it and also make determinations that if something else is in progress. Let's do another hypothetical. Let's say return to work processes. We realize there's a lot of work to be done to improve how those are occurring. And you as the chair reach out to Jeff and say, I'd like to get into some work with Joe and Carolyn on best practices, maybe start working through how we might reduce some of these policies to improve this process for our membership. President Blackwell might say, I think that's a fine idea. As you as the chair of that committee, why don't you guys get going on that? Just please keep me copied and in the loop as this is progressing, and go from there. I mean, I think that as a practical matter, that's how those interactions will occur. My concern is I don't want anyone left out of the communications, and certainly I don't want our board president to not know how we're being used as a resource for the board and for the fund.
I was going to come back to you after Quinn.
President Blackwell, one of the things that I guess what I'm thinking about as you're saying this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I know that we have you all here at our disposal when we have our meetings. You all are always here, whether it's board meeting, committee meetings, or what have you. But then when we're outside of those hours, and I just wake up at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning to say, hey, I wonder about A, B, C, D, E, and I pick up my phone and call you or Joe Burns or what have you. I mean, excuse
Miller.
me, not Joe Burns. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Those are billable hours.
Correct.
So, praise God for the wonderful camaraderie that we have, but this is also still a job. And so when we're calling you and we're putting task upon you beyond the scope of what we as a board have delineated, those are billable hours. So as a board, we should be conscious of that while we're talking about where we want to spend money here, there, and everywhere. And that's no disrespect to our outside counsel. It's just a fact. And so, and we do have counsel that is on staff that, in my head, if we have questions, we have counsel. here in the room that can probably, I mean, they all went to law school, so I assume that you all know something about something that you're doing, right? That's not my ministry, and I know that, so I don't try to go there and figure that out, but you do. And so so the whole point is, which is why this motion was made, this is about efficiency and keeping, having a pecking order. You know, we have a president and we have an executive director that manages this place on a day-to-day basis. We have a president that keeps us apprised, and we have a staff that sends, we get plenty of email about whatever is happening. It's in our email. I know some of us get hard copies, these beautiful binders with 300 pages in it with all the information that you need for board meetings. And so I think that this is appropriate. And, you know, I think that we need to make sure that we are doing our processes in a way, whether President Blackwell is the president or whomever is sitting in the president's seat, which is currently President Blackwell. But the reality is this is about order and structure, and I don't have a problem with it. I think that this is appropriate and we should be doing these things, and we should be cognizant of how we are utilizing our resources in the way that is most beneficial to all of us.
I appreciate a couple of the things that you bring out, Trustee Washington, starting with, you are absolutely right. A goal should be to keep as much legal work in-house as possible. They are your employees. They are paid a salary. They are here to do the good work. And I, again, have so much respect for Dan and his team. They are excellent attorneys. I have learned from them. We spend a lot of time, sometimes back and forth, debating how an issue should be addressed from a legal sense, how we're reading a statute. Those are valuable interactions, and those will continue. But you're right. It should start with in-house legal team whenever possible, because that's the most cost-effective thing for the pension fund. And that's why you have a team of 4 attorneys. The second thing I wanted to observe is, if you call me on a Saturday or you call Joe on a Saturday, we will pick up the phone. Again, we work with a lot of firefighters and police officers, and those are days they are working, and that's when they find days to call us. We will always take your call. But let's say you kind of forget that you need to check in with Jeff before calling us. We'll take the call, but then we'll say, and we certainly will help you. And then we'll say, can you please circle back to Jeff, or I'll send an email memorializing what we talked about to bring Jeff into the loop. And same thing if an email exchange occurred and you did it just to Joe and I'd probably CC copy when a response went back. Again, communications is key. That is good governance in any community and in any organization.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you. I got 2 people that haven't spoken. Tammy, then. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My question, I'm sorry, was basically answered, because I was wondering, you know, how are we being billed? And you, I'm sorry, you responded, so thank you.
My question is back.
I got Jackie.
Oh, I'm
I got
sorry.
Jackie. She hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Carolyn, for explaining this. I've read over this several times, this board action recommendation. I think it protects us all, because it will make sure that what you're being asked is directly related to the responsibilities as a reduced fiduciary to this fund. And it needs to be, everybody needs to know. You know, we don't need to find out any other way but on this board. So I think that is, I don't think it's giving up or fiduciary responsibilities. It is strengthening them, because if we don't know that something is going on, and then we get back to a meeting or somebody's calling, questioning something, we have no idea. And that's my concern, that as a fiduciary, I am responsible. And I want to know what's going on, what the actions may be taken, or whatever is going to happen with a particular issue. I don't want to find out from someplace else. I want to find out here. So I think that the communication piece, the collaboration piece, and as when I was financial secretary, I was saying, why can't we have our attorneys on staff take care of a lot of this litigation? And that's what we're doing now in that process. So we are not double paying. And every dollar, I mean, every time you get a call, that's a phone call. That's a billable hour. So thank you for clarifying this. And I just wanted to add to that. That creates, if we don't all know, that creates dysfunction.
Those are excellent observations, Trustee Price Ward. In particular, you are correct that it begins with our strategic plan and our goals as they have been set forth from this board and from senior leadership of staff. So when, again, I am tasked to look into an issue, we need to make sure it aligns with the goals of the fund. And I never want anyone to be blindsided or to be embarrassed because we're not communicating well. And I think, again, this just is a policy that goes to those goals.
One other thing, excuse me, just 1 minute, Maria. I had put a set of questions to Executive Director Lenore, and I'm sure that maybe we can get those questions answered, because that gives me more information and how this, and I know he sent them to you and we could deal with that.
Yeah, and we'll continue to follow up so that questions are all answered.
Okay, thank you so much.
Trustee Rodriguez.
My concern is still confidentiality. There's confidentiality, and something we've not heard for at least 2 years now is the organization chart, where it's the trustees, the executive director, and then staff. The 3 people that you want us to reach out to, one is another trustee, President Blackwell, respectfully, I say that, but the other 2 are staffers.
Well, my expectation.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite finish. And for one second, that's your fiduciary counsel. So we always, even with Mr. Burns in the past, he was supposed to represent the trustees. That is someone that, whatever the issue was or the concern, we went, we could go to him directly, or even if I tell someone, if there's going to be a phone call, give me a time limit. How much time do you have? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's it. It's not hours and hours. And again, to me, and I agree with Trustee Nelson and some people, I don't see, she reads everything, I read everything. We look at all the fine print details. I've heard, it's come to my attention, people don't even open their emails, they don't read through everything. Then they come into the board meeting and they just, let's kind of understand. So my point is this, we're being stripped of anything, those of us who've been around for a while, stripped of a lot of our duties. We had to process through everyone. And if someone, and I know, and I'm not mentioning names, there are people you can call who never return calls, there are people who do not return text messages, who do not open their emails. And meanwhile, there's a time frame, or so there's a meeting and we need clarification. So we don't ask 20, 30 questions during a board meeting. That's what I like to do. I always tell everyone, I prefer not to put something in writing. I've said many times the executive director, and he's good about calling, but he is the executive director. He works for us. And, anything that's direct fund, that he's my best source. He will respond. But there's some things that are confidential. And again, we are the trustees.
And I appreciate all those remarks. Maria, you make some excellent points, Trustee Rodriguez. I want to unpack a couple of those things. One, I completely appreciate that there will be times when confidentiality is needed and you have to make choices about who do you need to reach out to because of a matter that needs to be confidential but carefully addressed. But what I want all of you to understand is, despite that, you are still a board. You are 12 fiduciaries that are linked by fiduciary responsibilities. So the responsibility does not land in just one trustee's lap. It is a shared responsibility. And so while sometimes conversations may be difficult, or that trustees aren't seeing eye to eye, you still have to have those communications because you're still linked. But again, your outside counsel will never not pick up the call, but what may be the next step is it's time to bring in leadership, whether it's now we need to get back to President Blackwell to share with him something that has occurred that he needs to be apprised, and we need to figure out next steps. But I always encourage you to find ways to build relationships with your fellow trustees. And if we have governance concerns, we need to start working, and that's kind of the second thing. Let's work through governance issues that aren't going well and start doing them better. And I think that's a secondary issue that goes beyond this written goal of how we use outside counsel.
And that is something that happened recently. Someone reached out to you and then you reached out to them. So there
Excuse me,
wasn't a
Maria.
glitch in that process.
Right,
Thank you.
agreed.
There's anyone that hasn't spoken and wants to make a comment? If not, then we'll call the question. Thank you, Carolyn.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
No.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Trevelus, trustee Vincent,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to H, approval of disability pension applicant. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the disability pension applicant. Mary Sharon?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Was that? Motion was made by trustee Riley, seconded by trustee Washington. Hey, Jen.
Hello. The applicant you see before you has met all the statutory requirements to be approved for a disability pension.
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I don't know if this is appropriate now or after we vote. But I have no problems with this. Let me clarify that. This, I'm in total agreement with this. Well, maybe we should vote first and then let's vote. I'm sorry.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Wait,
Trustee
I'm
Nelson?
lost. What? You threw me off.
Voting for the,
What page number are we on?
motion was to approve disability pension applicant.
Yeah, but what page number? Do we have that information?
98.
98.
Page
98?
98, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
sorry.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Who is it? I mean,
Yes.
somebody-
trustee Rodriguez,
I'm sorry. Can somebody please mute themselves? I can't. hear. Who is that?
it's on Zoom. Danielle, Sharina, can you
Okay,
mute?
just tell them to mute themselves, please. It's over here. I hear the echo worse because there's no tile. There aren't any tiles. here.
Trustee Riley,
Thank you.
I think she said yes already.
it was yes,
Yes,
right?
She said yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes, yes.
Trustee Rodriguez, yes.
Trustee Trevelus, trustee Vincent? Trustee Vincent?
Yes.
Trustee Washington?
Yes.
Trustee Weiss?
Yes.
Thank you.
President Blackwell, the comment that I want to make is that with this process, I think that a person that is applying for disability pension should not have to go through all of this. This is red tape, in my opinion. I understand it's statute. And so I would like for us to get this statute fixed, because a person that is applying for disability, once they have met the obligations by the medical obligation by the two doctors, that should be the end of it. We should not have to wait for a whole board meeting to come back for us to approve it. Then they may mess around and miss the pay cycle, and now they have to wait for a whole nother month. You sick. You don't have time to be sitting up waiting on this, and you're dealing with issues of infirmity in your body, and then you got to go through a bunch of red tape to get your money. I think that's silly. And so that's part one of my concern. that we get that statute fixed. Because it should be the same as any other pension person, you know, you apply for your pension. Once you've met the obligations, the pension is paid. It should be the same thing for disability. People that are on disability should not have to go through all this red tape when some of them are very well at the end of their lives getting this money, and that's just silly to me. And also to the other point of, while that statute is in place and it has to come to the board because that's the statute, I would like it if staff can find a way to expedite, once the board approves it, expediting these people getting paid so it doesn't have to wait for another cycle, provided that it falls, you know, outside of whatever the normal pay cycle is. You know, I know you all pay out once a month and all that stuff. And so I don't know what day you send it and what the process is. I just want us to be very conscious of that, please. Because when people are sick, the last thing they need to be trying to figure out is how they're gonna keep a roof over their head and keep some food in the refrigerator. Thank you.
I will say one thing. If this eases you a little bit, I know everything you said is absolutely correct. So let me start there. But we have a disability coordinator, benefits coordinator, and she really white gloves these cases. They move actually as quickly as we possibly can. And literally tomorrow she'll be sending them their application. Their application for payment, you know, to start to get on payroll. We can't do that until the approval, right? So as long as we get those applications back, they're on the next payroll cycle. Now, granted, you're right, it won't be September 1st. It will be, you know, as long as they get everything back to us October 1st. So you're right, there is another, like 6-week delay before they actually get their money, as long as they're, you know, able to get their stuff right. So I just wanted you to know that there's no delay administratively because our person is very conscientious of all the things that you mentioned, so.
Thank you.
I have my hand up, yeah. Perhaps there's something that we can, to piggyback on what Trustee Washington said, and it's just till we find a solution. Maybe there should be a set schedule in place that at the middle of the month or the second week of the month, we do all these disabilities and review them so that, you know, whatever that cycle is for them to be able to get their benefit, disability benefit, it's ongoing. We're on top of it. Not, well, when are we available or not? Who's ever on the committee? Then they know, okay, every third Thursday of the month or every second Monday of the month, whatever. And there's a cycle and to try to accommodate the trustees, because anything to go into the pension code, there's statute, it takes a while. It takes a while. But a structure, some kind of a structured schedule for them. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I did want to mention it's retroactive as well, so they are back paid. It's not like they start that time.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody understood that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. That takes us to approval trustee conferences. Does anyone have a conference they want to get approval for? Yeah.
Hello. If anyone has any conferences we'd like for them to request, speak now, and so that we can get them approved, and then my team will follow up following the meeting to ensure that your travel arrangements are all taken care of appropriately.
You're so soft-spoken.
Thank you.
Anyone? Or you need a couple minutes? No. Trustee training hours. Are there any training hours?
The next report is are we on to the next report?
Yeah, no one wanted.
Can you?
Okay.
Okay, so the virtual conferences, we could just log on, but would there be a fee if it's not Callan, if they list a fee here? I'm not understanding why it was.
Under virtual.
Yes,
if we
it's
can pull
under
that one
virtual
up.
conferences.
And which one are you referring to?
ITPFA.
Okay, We can check if there's a registration fee for that virtual conference.
Right, it says $550.
$550.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, okay. I was just curious.
So
because-
for that one, that would require board approval on that one because it exceeds the $250.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarification, and the local conferences, we could just go to those.
Yes, you can attend those. If you need assistance with, from our team to get you registered, please let us know. But that does not require board approval.
Okay.
But we still are here to assist with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
You're
that
welcome.
clarification. Next, we're gonna move on to.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Question, okay. We have
Lois,
here,
and then,
a conference that has TBD. So what, I mean, they're not, do we have to contact them and
That might be on the fee.
it's the NASA's?
It might be the fee to be determined. Is
Yeah.
that correct, Cecilia?
Yes.
Thank you.
So they just put the information out there, the dates and the location, but no, or sometimes they don't even put out the,
What is this? You know, I'm looking at the page, you know, the trustee training education,
Yes,
and it says TBD here.
yes, that's on the,
So,
on the feed. So they have not put out the cost.
oh, she's talking about the trustee training hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Oh, the
you had
training.
moved on. I thought she had moved on.
Oh, okay, you're referring
Yeah,
to the
you
training
still-
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're next. Okay.
Trustee White, that's the next item.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, because I attended a couple of local conferences this summer through the Markets Group, a private wealth one, as well as a private equity one. And I was just hoping maybe you can get in touch with them to get the credit for the hours.
Yes. Did you work with any particular staff member on attending those? If not, we can still do it. It's just, I will.
I
work
don't
with the
think
same
so, because
person who
they
worked with-
contacted me and just
Okay,
registered
okay,
me.
you just let us know which ones you attended. If you could follow up with an email, and then we will follow up with organizers to get your time.
Thank you.
For that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now
Thanks
we
for
will move
letting us
on to
know.
item J, and that's approval of trustee training hours. So is there anyone else who seeking approval for trustee training hours?
I was trying to chime in right now.
Okay,
And
go
so,
right ahead, go right ahead.
It was not for getting on the conference or the training hours specifically. I just wanted to thank the staff. I got injured right before the Philadelphia thing, and it was kind of hectic. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the staff for taking care of everything, canceling it and everything, because it was not something I could think about at the time. So I really appreciate everyone's help with that.
oh, and thank you. And we are sorry about
Yeah.
your.
Sorry about your
accident.
injuries.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Okay, if there are no other approval for trustee training hours, then we will go to the report of committee on. pension law.
Jackie, my hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it up before. Okay, go right ahead.
I attended the Adams Street conference that was here in Chicago. And I think I should probably be able to get credit for that.
Okay.
Speaking of that, yeah, the addicts. Thank you for bringing that up, trustee Riley. There were several of us that went to that, so I'm sure
Not
that we need to.
the one I didn't say addicts. I
You
said
Adams
Ad-
Street, no, this addicts, asset management.
Yeah, I didn't go
Okay.
to that one, but I went to Adams Street.
Okay.
Okay, we could certainly follow up with the organizers
of
on,
us.
yes, on Adams and addicts.
Addicts,
Correct.
yes.
Okay,
It
all
was
right.
at the, thank you. Yes, so we will have to get that information to you. I had totally forgotten.
Yes,
about it.
if
It was a
if you
one-day
could do that so
conference.
that we know which trustees. So for any trustees who attend the conference and we did not assist in organizing it, and you want to make sure that you receive the credit for your attendance, just let us know so that we can follow up with the organizer and get that credit and get it applied to your record.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think most people. A lot, yes.
I was the
saying,
only trustee.
a
that
lot of us
attended.
went. I think there were very few that did not go through your
Addicts.
department. Yeah, addicts.
Okay, okay.
And I know Ms. Nelson went.
So we will, we will
Yeah, okay.
follow up.
All right.
And I'd like to ask for this report as presented, if we can have approval, because we have updated the records and we need to have approval for our board members who have.
No, second. Oh, go. You second. me answer that. Second.
I think it's made by trustee Nelson, seconded by trustee Washington. Call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Trevelus, trustee Vincent,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Takes us to 6. The lobbyists are still on their way, so let's go to 7 and come back to them. Items to the omnibus. 7A, report on the Committee of Claims and Services. Can we move that to the omnibus?
Jackie, yeah, that's yours. I want to ask some questions on that before it goes to the omnibus.
The president is.
Was it?
President is Zoom chair. And committee, yes.
Okay.
I didn't hear what she said.
She said she wants to speak on the omnibus.
You had a question?
Yeah, yes. I do see on here some people, some members who still retired. I guess their pensions have been caught up to. We see a lot of 22 and 23 retirees that they received, they're finalized. But what about anybody other? What are the numbers from those that were hadn't been finalized for several years? Does this mean that if they're not under, they're all caught up then?
So the question was, where are we in terms of the project to move from 2 years plus in terms of our pension finalizations to our goal of getting
Well, it could be
to 3
more.
months? And right now, I believe we're at 6 months. So we are,
Finalized. The newer ones. Yeah,
The-
no,
the
I
newer
did see
ones.
that. Yes, I
Yes.
did see the 22, 23.
so that does not mean, trustee Rodriguez, that there are no old ones, because sometimes the issues are outside of CTPF. It's with the member or the employer. But for the most part, we are operating within.
And about how many of those do we have that?
Jen, do you have that number?
Can you send me an email with that information? I won't take up more time. Thank you.
B, report on our committee and investments. Move that to the omnibus. Thank you. C, report on committee on finance and audit. Can that be moved to the omnibus? That's Riley. I'm sorry.
Yes, it may.
Thank you, Mayor Sharon. And D, report on the financial secretary. Can that be moved to the omnibus?
Yes, move it to the omnibus.
I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the omnibus. Motion made by trustee Price Ward and seconded by trustee Washington. You can call the question.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Nelson,
Yes.
trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
Are
trustee
you
Price
moving all
Ward,
three at once? I'm sorry.
You moved all of them.
trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rodriguez,
No.
trustee Benson,
Yes.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
and trustee Weiss.
Yes, thank you.
We're still waiting on Claymore. Yes. Okay, so let's go to 8, report on the technology committee. Victor?
Question. While we're waiting, can I ask a quick question? or no?
Jeff, I'm trying to look at what we're going to talk about. I wouldn't mind one of the leads there taking the heading
Okay.
list right now either.
Good morning, President Blackwell. Good morning, trustees. Welcome to the Project 125 status update for August the 17th. Special welcome to trustee Woods. If we can proceed to slide 4, please. Number 4, please. Thank you. We wanted to reintroduce the journey slide to the trustees. This slide is where we've plotted the major milestones of Project 125 along this winding road here. And we're going to chart the progress with the little yellow bus. So we're going to watch the bus as it progresses through to the 125 go live. The bus contains the project sponsors and the project team. So actually, if you look in the windows, you can see Carlton, you can see Jen, you can see Matt, Edgar, and Elise. So we'll follow the bus as it progresses over the next few years here. Next slide, please. Our main status slide. The project is green overall, as well as the subcomponents of scope, schedule, budget, and resources. Budget we'll talk about in a few slides, but from an update perspective, we have started the project. It started on July 17th. We have started and completed phase 1, and we are now preparing for phase 2, which is the fit gap process, which we'll talk about in more detail in just a moment. And we continue with the data planning and strategy. And I will turn it over to Jen to talk about the discovery sessions. Next slide, please.
Thank you. So we just completed discovery sessions with our vendor, TELUS. What did we do in those discovery sessions? Some of you, many of you probably remember, I think, that we came up with a list of commitments. Those are the requirements for the project. There's about 2,000 of them. We spent time both on the TELUS side and the CTPF side re-reviewing those commitments. TELUS wanted to make sure that they understand what our intention is. So we went over any questions that they had with regard to, you know, we think this means this. Can you confirm if it does or it does not? On our end, we went back through the commitments, refamiliarized ourselves with them because, as you know, there's been a delay in time. So we needed to restart and everyone needed to be familiar. And we needed to address anything that may have changed due to legislation or procedurally. All of those clarifications are going to be tracked in what we call the requirements traceability matrix, RTM. So we're going to have a matrix that actually takes us from our original commitments through the project and make sure that everything is addressed one way or the other. Either we address it exactly as planned or a different way, or maybe we don't address it and we have a reason behind it. And then tested. So that matrix is what will keep us on track to make sure we don't lose track of everything, of anything. And then this is the baseline for what's going to start our fit gap sessions, which are the next sessions, and those are beginning at the end of this month. So I'll quickly go through the roles. So TELUS plans and facilitated joint reviews. They asked us questions. We reviewed those questions actually before meeting with them. We gave them written responses and we discussed to make sure everybody was on the same page. And like I said, we provide the clarifications and then the matrix was updated and everybody reviewed and that will be approved so that we all agree that we're on the same page. Next slide. I think we're a couple of slides behind. So I just talked about discovery, right? Here we are. So here's what's coming. We're going to do fit gap sessions. So now we're going to be looking at the requirements in a bit more detail and tell us, because they believe they have an understanding of what we're asking for, they're actually going to show us how the system is going to fit our requirement. So they're going to, we're going to go over something like pension applications, and this is how we think the system is going to fit. And then we get to review it and say, we agree it fits, or it fits, except we have this one issue we need to take care of. And that's how we'll plan the actual execution of all of the requirements. So this is through actual demonstration. We'll be seeing live their system or some screenshots if their system is not ready for it, that particular thing. And then we will have to go back to, make sure that our commitments are all being addressed. What, does their system fit? Does it not fit? And then later on, we'll address anything that does not fit and how we're going to handle it. So that is the fit gap sessions. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Matt, who's going to talk about the implementation a little bit.
Yeah, you can move to the next slide. So the implementation strategy, this was actually part of the RFP, the proposal given to us by TELUS. All of the vendors we evaluated submitted their plans or strategies for going forward. So this was actually evaluated by us and included in part of the reason we made our decisions. So this is their strategy, the way they typically do projects, but we still have influence on how it best fits us. So we've been working with them for this process, and just wanted to give you all a little bit of an overview of how this is going to work. It's divided into 4 phases. Phase 1, discovery, Jen just described, we just completed that. Phase 2, which we are just about to enter, fit gap, further refine the requirements. Phase 3, they're going to get our environment configured. And phase 4 is really the meat of the project, where we're actually working on the new system. That said, these first 3 phases are vital. We have to make sure that we understand what they're planning on doing, they understand what we need, and all that's going to be done up front before we actually start doing the work on the system. Phase 4, the actual solution delivery, is going to be divided into 3 segments. And then from there, each of those segments will be divided into smaller intervals. So it's being broken down into smaller pieces of work, typical to development projects. If you want to move on to the next slide, we can go through what a segment actually is. So each segment is going to be an end-to-end piece of the final solution. And each interval will be smaller business processes within that. So when you're done with a segment or interval, you'll have an actual testable working piece of the project. So within this, there's going to be a software demo. TELUS will show us what they've created. We will plan our testing for that. We'll actually go through all the testing. We'll do training on the system. So the actual end users who are going to be using the system will be trained on it at this point. They'll do their full testing and take that knowledge with them to when the completed system is done. There will be additional training at the end, but they'll know at this point what the full process will look like. We're also going to include data conversion. So that's actually moving our current data into the new system. And I think we've spoken before about some transition planning. And as we go, we will continue to evaluate the changes that are going to be required by our people, our staff, our processes, and plan for those going forward. So Tom is now going to talk about the current budget.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. The screen that you see in front of you is a picture of the dashboard, if you will, of the overall Project 125 budget. We are still on track. The original amount approved was that 45,758, 532. You'll notice in the upper left for the past replacement, we've reset that to 0. We recently signed that contract, as you know, with TELUS Health, And we've begun working on that project now. So we haven't received any invoices according to the payment schedule as of this slide. So we expect that to start going up with according to their payment schedule as we get those invoices in. Oversight project management continues to go up. We did a lot of the heavy lifting at the upfront, so that's why you're seeing this the larger blue incurred expenses for the oversight and project management. Data conditioning, a lot of the stuff that was done with data conditioning has been put on hold, but it will be kicking off again as we transfer the CTPF data over to the TELUS system. So we expect that to start firing up again in earnest. We haven't seen any change orders from any of the vendors yet, so that's a good thing. Everything continues to move forward on track and as it was planned. So we're happy that the budget so far is good. We've had a little bit of the schedule slip with the switching out of the vendors, but overall everything seems to be going very well and on track. So with that, I will turn it back over to Richard.
I just want to make one more comment with regard to TELUS Health. We've been working with them exactly 1 month. And we have set with them a very aggressive, but a very reasonable schedule. And I want to compliment TELUS Health so far. They've been a good partner, good collaboration, and very technically astute. And they have also mentioned to us on a few occasions, they've complimented our staff that works on the project, that they have been organized, they've been on time and very present. So we're off to a very good start here.
Hi, thank you all for that wonderful presentation, keeping us up to date as trustees. And will the fit gap include CPS at this time, or will it be at a later phase?
We will include CPS within fit gap and on other parts of the project. In fact, when we meet with them in September, we're going to outline with them where they're going to fit in to various parts of the project.
Okay.
That's a good question.
All right, thank you. I was just wondering if they were going to be part of this initial, but this is basically like testing and making sure everything's working properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You've gone out of order. We're back to 6, the legislative report. Thank you, Cecilia. Ready. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. I apologize for being late. I got stuck in Springfield. Peoria. I guess you all had a major storm up here. I had a flight scheduled to leave at 6 and it didn't leave at 6. So, but anyway, to proceed with the report, veto session has been scheduled for October 26th through October 24th through October 26th, and November 7th through November 11th. We're excited about the fact that we had a meeting back on July 19th and with CTU, and I thought the discussion went very well. Obviously, the leadership was there from the fund, and we believe that there's going to be a lot of collaboration between CTU, CPS, and the city. So in that meeting, we also decided to meet and to coordinate our efforts together in veto session. And we decided to work together regarding moving forward the pension reduction penalty. that's mentioned in the report and figure out how to get that passed. Back in the session in the spring, various issues came up. And we thought we addressed most of those issues. So I don't think that there's going to be a problem. I'm working with Larry Sufford who represents CTU, in coming up with a sponsor that we can get who will move this help us support and get this bill passed. I don't think it's controversial because everybody's in support of it.
When was that meeting? I missed it.
It was July 12th.
July 12th. Did we get a notice on it? Executive Director.
Yeah, that was a meeting with myself, President and Vice President at CTU and our lobbyists, as well as Dan Hurtado.
Can get an email, well, even if we don't attend, because we're talking about collaboration, the only thing that's going on. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be, it doesn't have a number. It's going to be the pension reduction where retired teachers are allotted certain, yes. So there have also been 2 hearings that have taken place regarding Representative Kifowitz, who's the chairman of the Pension Committee in the House. And she's focused on 2 bills, 4098, which is the bill that will deal with the 2-tier issue for the 5 public pension systems and CTPF, and also 4099 that deals with the downstate and police and fire and the state employees. 2 hearings have taken place. We did not participate in the first one, which was July 19th. We did participate in the last one, which was 8-9. And these are just subject matter hearings. And there are a few more scheduled. I didn't put that on my report, but there are a few more hearings scheduled.
Thank you.
Yes. No. So 4099 deals with the downstate police and fire. And it's interesting that she phrased it that way because actually those are consolidated into one fund that's managed here basically out of Chicago. The legislation passed, I think 2 years ago, consolidating all of the fire pension funds and the police pension funds.
So how does that affect us?
No, for ours is, I was just telling you what was happening. 4098 pertains to us. You're welcome.
Yeah. Hi, James.
How are you, Dan?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great.
Just maybe seek clarity from my part in terms of the veto session. I think there's sort of 2 primary things we're pursuing. One is what you spoke of, is the reducing the penalty for return to work violations, right? And the other is part of these larger bills. I think that Representative Kifowitz indicated that she would like in veto session to address the salary cap for tier 2, right? We are not lifting, I'm sorry, not lifting the pensionable salary cap for tier 2, which we need at least, in addition to all the funding reform we need to be able to do that so that we can not have to start paying Social Security to some of our employees.
Right. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Any other questions? Yes.
I just was wondering on the same note, if there's anything you could share regarding the tier 2, any updates or information that you heard that you might think is beneficial for us to share with the membership.
I did receive an email from Carlton asking me what I thought the chances of this passing. And over my career, I would say there's a chance for it to pass. I'm not sure where the governor is. I'm not totally sure where the funding is. And I did receive an email from the Senate staffer a couple of days ago asking if we were going to participate. Having said all of that, I don't know how much the Senate is engaged, and I don't know how much the governor is engaged. But I do commend Representative Kifowitz for putting the issues out there and trying to move them forward and trying to gain momentum. But I'm not sure at this point in time what's going to happen with these bills in veto session.
All right, James, how are you today?
I am having the best day of my life.
Okay. I love that you say that. Now, did we get any information why it was an oversight on CTPF being included in the subject matter hearings, the first one? And was that truly an oversight?
I think it's it may have been the way I communicated, and they took it, I think, a little differently. Based upon our meeting,
Yes.
we basically said that we were not going to participate. And I told them we were not going to participate, and I guess they took that as though we weren't interested.
Okay. Okay.
So since then, Michelle and Joe went and met, Joe Cheney went and met with Representative Wright, and I believe that they have a different perspective. And I don't want to speak for Michelle, but I think they have a different perspective on his willingness to be supportive and be engaged in trying to come up with a solution. And I think he understands more of what happened.
Mhm. Because we were subsequently included, and I'm very happy to see that. So thank you for clarifying that. And speaking from what, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, but I was liking what I saw in HB 4098 as far as tier 2. We do know that there has been movement with the county. So can you just give us an idea of what that actually means in layman terms if this should pass?
I think it basically makes it a little more attractive.
Yes.
For teachers, state employees, and others to come back to be interested, excited about working in those particular professions. And I can share with you from my perspective personally, it's tough when you make sacrifices, as we all do, right? And your compensation is limited. And you have to work longer. So we're going to address that. Well, that should be addressed, and incentivizing people. So it gives them the assurity that they can retire and live a decent life on retirement rather than having to supplement their work. And they don't have to work as long.
And the new benefit would not be coined as an increase, a new benefit increase. How would that affect these members? And that's for police and
Right.
fire as well.
Right.
That is in both of them.
The real issue is going to be funding. Whatever I think, whatever the funding will be, will determine actually what the final benefits will be.
Mhm. Yeah, because they're saying accelerated pensions, which means that they will be getting more money. But if we don't have the funding, or we have to designate where funding is coming from, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
And the other thing too, and I don't want this to be taken wrong. This bill will be negotiated. So you always ask for more than what you probably expect.
Yeah. I would like to see everybody go to tier 1. That's what I would, that would be ideal. And that to me would be fair. And you're being penalized for coming into the profession at a later date due to age or education, acquisition. It's like, it's just unfair. Everybody should be on a level playing ground. That's just my opinion,
Oh.
but that's what I would like to see.
And so even, I'm not sure if everything that tier one we previously had will be there, but I think the salary obviously is important. I think the retirement is important, you know, in terms of when you retire, your age. I'm not sure if some of the other perks that even, for instance, in the Senate or well, let me back up.
Right.
Even there was one perk, and I've said this publicly. You know, both my parents were teachers. My father was a teacher, and he retired. And one of the things that happened, and we changed, was that it was the average of your last 4 years, and they capped it at 6%. I think that's what it was. We capped it at 6%, and I'm not sure if that will go away or if that will be like it was before.
Okay.
Because what happened, particularly downstate, you had a significant amount of time that was never used in terms of vacation, sick days, and then they bumped it up all in 1 year. Well, the downstate teachers, the contribution comes from the state. It doesn't come from the employer. And so in the situation, there was a superintendent who his last year put all his sick time, his vacation time, and his salary, his last year, the last year of his salary went up by, I think, about $120-some thousand. Well, he paid, but the school district never paid. And his salary obviously was based upon the last 4 years back then. And so when employees do those kinds of things, then it really drives the funding in a way that it's not being paid for. So I'm not sure if some of those provisions will come back. But I think in terms of making sure that teachers retire at a livable wage, retirement wage, and that at a time in which they don't have to work to their at a later age. I think those are
75 or 80.
right. Will be issues that definitely need to be addressed and will be addressed. But some of the other provisions that probably existed in originally tier one probably will not come back.
Yeah, I could understand that, but definitely improvements. One last clarification I need, where it is singling out the purpose for the acceleration in excuse me, pension, singles out General Assembly members and judges. Is that something significant that I want to know about that? Why is it singled out for General Assembly members and judges? They get more?
Well,
if this passes. Okay. We're gonna give you a moment to think time.
Well, I'll just say this, they're passing the bills and they're gonna make sure they look out for themselves, but on the General Assembly side. Now, on the judges side, it's tough. It's similar to the teacher's situation, except the judge's final compensation is based upon, I think, 60% of the Social Security. So in some instances, I don't remember what the highest Social Security is now, but the judges, I think right around now making 180, 190, somewhere in there. And if they retire, I think their pay's like a little bit over $100,000.
Okay.
So again, you're creating a situation where it's just not as attractive to be a judge. And then you, not saying you can't live off 100,000. That's not what I'm saying, but it's a significant reduction in benefits with such a large disparity. And I can tell you down my way, they're having problems finding people interested in being judges.
Ooh. Now, can you elaborate on the General Assembly?
General Assembly passes the laws, they're going to make sure they're protected.
Yeah. Can we be a little more specific? What this legislation says as far as the General Assembly?
Well, and I'll have to go back and look at it, but when you asked me if they were going to be accelerated, General Assembly is going to always make sure that.
So
and I don't want to be negative about that, but they're going to make sure that they're taken care of as well.
Absolutely. Is that equal to or more than teachers in tier 2?
I'm not sure. I need to look at the benefits side by side.
Okay.
But I think it's a situation where but let me back up. I used to be chairman of the General Assembly Retirement Fund. I was chairman for 10 years. And what has happened is, and I've been gone for almost 4 years, almost 5 years. And the last 5 years that I was chairman of the General Assembly Retirement Fund, more and more legislators were not participating in the fund. They were opting out in the beginning. The current president of the Senate, Don Harmon, had a bill basically to phase out the General Assembly Retirement Fund because he felt like at some point the funding will get worse because typically the way it works is the new teachers, or the new legislators, are supporting the existing legislators in terms of contributions, right? And he felt as though since that wasn't happening, we need to make adjustments. He was looking to limit it and end it and just have a separate funding for it. So I make the assumption, and I have not talked to Don or any of them specifically about this issue, but there's a real challenge because there's a perception that if you take the pension as a legislator, there's something wrong with it. Even when I came in, there were a lot of members who chose, and at first there are a lot of them were Republicans, and that has changed significantly. There are a lot of people who are coming in and they're being told not to take the pension. So the fact that you're not getting as many contributions, I make the assumption they're trying to make sure that that it's attractive and it's okay to take the pension. One of my colleagues, she's deceased now, she did not take the pension. And what happens too, along those same lines, you have others who are already in other funds receiving retirement checks, and they've decided not to contribute to this fund, which the calculations are based upon people, legislators, being elected and opting to participate in the fund. And it's just the opposite, that legislators are opting not to participate in the fund. So I think that's one of the issues they're trying to address, is to make it attractive again. And most people didn't do it because of fear of dealing with political mailers.
Mhm. Yes, same situation with tier 2, and that is deterring teachers from even coming into the profession. So I hear you.
And the other thing too, the legislators, there's like a tier 1, and not many are in tier 1. I think it may be 3. And then there's like tier 1 A. And so the way it used to work, and I think one of my former colleagues, Art Berman, Art left and got a job, was it with the school district? And I think they paid Art something like 170, 180,000. Well, the legislators, that tier, which I'm not a part of, that tier, you got paid your highest, your pension was based upon your highest salary.
Within the last 10
No.
or just your highest salary?
Salary.
No years required?
Well, you had to have qualified for a pension.
Okay.
So
Well,
what Art did, and I don't want to point Art out, but what he did, he left, and I guess he didn't take his retirement. Then he got the job paying more, and it was based upon that pension when he retired. There's another situation with Kurt Granberg. I don't know if you remember Kurt. Kurt was in the House. It was during the Blagojevich administration. And Kurt was supposed to leave and take over DNR. And the governor at the time convinced him not to because he needed some votes. The governor gets, and this is over maybe over a year period, the governor gets indicted, gets arrested. Then during that time, Kurt gets appointed to DNR. And Kurt's in office maybe all of a week or more. And we impeach Blagojevich. His salary was based upon the salary at DNR because it was higher than his legislative salary. So I say that, and I came in and I was not a part of that. So I still have tier 1 benefits, but I didn't have that one benefit that my highest salary, public salary, would be based upon, my pension would be based upon the highest public salary.
Yeah.
So, so there's multiple, I would say is in the Senate or in the House at that time, it was tier 1 and tier 1A, I guess.
Yeah, because ours is the last, but see, there's stipulation with consecutive. The highest for in the last 10 consecutive years, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it is. And I have always wondered about that, but that's not part of your legislative report. So I'm done. And if you want to add, talk about in detail the veto session.
I'm not sure, what's going to happen with with the administration. I definitely think that pensions will be on the issue. I think the fact that we've had some recent victories, the governor's office and the legislature's had some recent victories on the Safety Act, as well as the assault weapons ban. There's something that's going to have to take place, I assume, with energy as well, because there are some issues that have taken place with the ICC that some of the utilities don't feel that there's really a balance. And the other issue too is in September, people are picking up petitions next month, particularly in the House, to run a campaign. So I don't anticipate anything controversial really taking place. And maybe at some point in the next month or so, the Senate may get engaged with these hearings on 4098 and 4099, and we can get a better picture of how they're going to move forward and what will happen. And I think what we're asking for is not controversial. I assume now CTU saying they're on board with it, that shouldn't be a problem at all.
Thank you so much for embellishing and giving us the details of these bills and your outlook and everything else. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I've had my hand.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Question, so that 9% sustainability bill, and I know it's, I believe last I heard, no movement, nothing, and Mark was saying he'd support it. What happened to that? Is he supporting any of our bills, or did we lose him?
Well, that's tough to say. I think at the end, in the beginning.
I'm sorry, Jay.
In the beginning, he agreed to sponsor it. At some point in time, I guess questions were raised, and those questions kept going back and forth from staffers as to who had challenges with the bill. But ultimately, what happened was, and this is how we were working, both sides agreed to have a omnibus bill that everybody agreed to. And we went back and forth addressing their needs, addressing their concerns, and then expecting and being told that these bills would be in there. As I understand it, from talking to Carlton, is that basically that provision expires, so there's no need in us passing that bill now. And it was very minimal use by retired teachers as it relates to the 9%. So now we're focused on the penalty and reduction, dealing with the allotted days, retired teachers exceeding the allotted days by law. And we're also still working on the Open Meetings Act too. That's still in the forefront, but that's probably going to take a little more time to work through. And the reason why is there's this perception that there would never be any more in-person meetings.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Report of the executive director.
All right, so the executive director report for this board meeting covers the period from June 3rd through August 3rd, 2023, and also includes a 2023 fiscal year recap and look forward. So what follows is a high-level recap of the year and starts with this first paragraph where in September 2022, after 2.5 years of working from home, we were able to transition back to the office in hybrid mode. Several of our teams, administrative, communications, HR, legal, and IT, worked very hard to make sure that we had the tools in place to make that possible. Our member services team welcomed members back for in-person meetings in April this year. And of course, we resumed in-person trustee meetings on a hybrid basis in May. So our strategic plan, which was approved last year, has guided our work and throughout the year has led us to a list of some impressive accomplishments. First of all, we've enhanced our HR function and we've achieved the Great Place to Work certification for the first time in our organization's history and 1 year ahead of schedule. We prioritized stakeholder outreach and collaboration, offering communications as well as educational webinars tailored to support our members at every stage of their careers. Our investments in our training for member services staff has yielded immediate results with shorter call waiting times for our members. And our health insurance department has streamlined the rebate process. And this has brought about health insurance plans, as we talked about this morning, at lower cost for our members, with negotiated savings totaling over $22.5 million. Continuing the list of accomplishments, our efforts to reorganize and align the departments with key processes has brought an added accountability and strength to the leadership team here with visibility on now our employer services functions. And the reconstitution of our internal audit department ensures that we put continuous improvement at the center of our organization, and that's critical. We've undertaken ambitious goals in the investment department, creating a statement of investment beliefs. We've reduced fees for some of our managers. You'll hear about more of those. Rethinking the way that we invest to ensure long-term performance and growth, while at the same time moving forward on our very ambitious ESG goals. Our finance department has excelled in various areas, ensuring the receipt of required contributions. They delivered high-quality reporting. They offer critical support for the ongoing audits and streamline the budgeting process to ensure an efficient and effective resource utilization. Our legal team successfully this past year onboarded new lobbyists, outside counsel, to ensure the passage of critical legislation that was designed to protect our trustees' ability to attend meetings, and that became law just a few days ago on August the 11th. Started an ambitious plan to update and revise our fund policies. And one of the items that we talked about earlier this morning brought many services that were previously managed by outside vendors in-house. And then, as you just heard from our Project 125 leaders, despite vendor issues that necessitated the reissuance of the RFP for the replacement of the pension administration system, our enterprise-wide team, Richard, Jen, and Matt, moved forward rapidly with the new requirements based on lessons learned from the initial round of work, and we were able to successfully relaunch this high priority project at the start of this fiscal year. So the work that we've done the past 2 years has really been a tremendous path of building and learning. And as we look forward to the next year on the horizon, we're moving forward, trustees, with a new theme: learning and growing together. And I see this year as a critical moment and really a tremendous opportunity for our organization to move beyond the immediate and focus on developing the skills and talent that we need to grow as an organization. So as we move forward, this will mean learning and growing together, and it will involve talent planning, professional education and development, organizational training opportunities, continuous learning, as well as fostering growth and innovation amongst our teams. We're going to expand our professional education and development opportunities and leverage resources that we have already so that staff can invest in activities that will help them to build their knowledge and skill sets. So with this strategy to invest in staff, as great as it accomplishes more this year, I'm confident that we're going to achieve even greater milestones in this coming year as we embark on the journey of learning and growing together. The next part of the Executive Director's report is a review of our contribution summary for fiscal year 2023. The required contributions were $860,325,000. To date, we've collected $618,258,000, and there's a balance of $242 million that we need to collect. Elise, our CFO, and I met with CPS Finance this past Friday, and we were told that the Cook County property tax bills will be going out in October, and we can expect to receive that balance in November. So we won't be carrying forward a balance into the calendar year. So we look forward to making that final collection of the contributions, and then we'll start making reports at a future meeting on fiscal year 24. On the investment front, good news to report on our fiscal year in investments. The portfolio totaled $11.9 billion as of June 30th. And our fiscal year, year-to-date return was 8.68%, exceeding our 6.5% assumed rate of return. And for the last 3, 5, 10, 20, and 25 years, as well as since inception, the portfolio continues to outperform the fund benchmark. So just some quick project updates, and then we'll get into our strategic plan update that we do annually on our strategic plan movement from our first year. So as we all know, there is going to be elections this year, 2023 trustee elections. We'll hold 2 elections for 2 teacher trustees and 3 pensioner trustees. The election packets for the teacher and pensioner elections are available. and voting will open mid-October and end on November 3rd. Currently, we're nearing the end of the nomination period, and all nomination packets will be due back to the fund on September 29th. We continue our birthday card program, and in June and July, we sent more than 40 birthday cards to members turning 90 and 100 as part of this new initiative to send well wishes to our most senior members. Just a reminder to our trustees, direct deposit is available for expenses and stipends. So that is now an option for quarterly stipends or out-of-pocket reimbursement checks. E-News was sent twice a month in June and July and has been posted online. Another reminder as relates to health insurance. We continue to remind members of the approaching deadline for the rebate. Initial letters did go out in February on time, and notice was included in monthly emails since then, as well as in the printed copies of our pension news and on social media. So again, all applications are due August 31st this year. Health insurance open enrollment is also rapidly approaching, and our team is working diligently to update materials and ensure that we have a strong communication plan in place for the year. I was visiting CTU last week, and the team was very happy to accommodate a meeting that CTU retirees will be holding on September 26th with our vendors as well as our team to talk about the open enrollment and the new insurance plans. This year, CTPF hosted 3 summer interns, Amir from De La Salle Institute, Isabella from Chicago Hope, Denisa from Prosser High School. They joined us as part of the Chicago Summer Business Institute program, which is a program founded in 1991 to provide paid summer internships for Chicago high school students and to introduce them to the business world and continue their education while preparing them for careers. All 3 of our interns worked with Jim Pentangelo's benefit teams through August 3rd, and we provided them certificates of appreciation from the fund. In terms of media outreach, CTPF posted 18 news items in the months of July and August, including reminders about Medicare, AARP, Medicare Supplement Plan F rate increases, the health insurance rebate, and retirement reminders. We spoke about members coming back to the office. The member services team has welcomed members back to the office since April. And since that time, we've hosted 147 in-person appointments, 243 virtual appointments, and 76 on the phone. So about 32% of our members are coming in person. Continue with member services. The member services team did see a spike in calls during the month of June as members sought answers to their retirement-related questions. Our meeting minutes from the May Board of Trustees meeting approved in June have been posted, and the minutes dating to 1895 are available online at ctpf.org. On our My CTPF member service self-portal, the member services portal includes more than 14,282 members, and members have downloaded 7,376 statements, 3,769 1099s, and over 3,990 pay advices. Pension rep communication and email with reminders about the stipends, the election packets, upcoming webinars, as well as retirement resources went to the pension reps in June and July. For our strategic plan, the senior team met in July to review the progress on the plan, and I'll provide some more details on the results. In terms of stakeholder outreach, we provided reports for the House of Delegates, CTU retirees, as well as RTAC in June and in August. Michelle Holloman, our Director of Communications, represented CTPF at the 2023 Opal Public Funds Summit at East in Newport, Rhode Island, presenting a talk on crisis communications that I hear was very well received. And our CIO, Fernando Vincenz, was highlighted in a feature on women and minority CIOs that was published by Emerging Manager Monthly by writer Daniela Carrera in June. John Freihammer, our portfolio manager, real estate and infrastructure, moderated a panel, infrastructure and clean energy investments. What will the path to growth look like at the Alt-Shy conference here in Chicago in July? Webinars, the spring quarterly town hall webinar was offered in June, and we'll follow it with a fall town hall webinar on September 28th. The CTPF's website underwent an upgrade to its operating system this past June. It ensures the way we stay up to date with the current Drupal operating system, and the new system won't be apparent to users, but it does bring additional security and enhanced functionality to the website. Our office will be closed on September 4th for the Labor Day holiday. And now turning to some very good news as it relates to our strategic plan annual update. As all of you will remember, our strategic plan was a collaborative effort between the executive director and the senior leadership team, the board of trustees, as well as our staff. It was approved at the June 16th, 2022 meeting, and it really has been our roadmap in terms of updating and recording tasks and our progress toward our goals. And again, as I mentioned, this was a tremendous year of progress. And the highlight for this slide is that for 2023, we were able to complete all of our attainable goals. And in fact, this team exceeded the goals for 2023, completing several goals that were planned until 2024. There were 110 goals that we had for 2023, 75 goals for 2024, and total we had 121 that were completed in fiscal year 23. Some of the highlights from the strategic plan was some of our annual goals, which is maximizing expense control across the fund. Through June 30th of 2023, the fund did come in under budget overall. Utilization of in-house counsel for administrative matters and daily operational procedures. We saw an improvement in our return to work process with this past return to work committee. We delivered on our promises to consistently treat members with respect and take member concerns seriously. Of course, we hired our new director of internal audit. And again, that realigning of the internal audit function to be a component of the leadership team has really allowed the agency to focus on continuous improvement. We created a comprehensive training manual for our member services team. And as I mentioned, that is paying dividends. The team is going out and promoting CTPF to youth to increase outreach as well as member education. The 2024 budget cycle has been rolled out and was presented at our June 24th meeting and will be presented at the June 24th meeting for approval. We optimized our trustee meeting calendar so that it aligns with CPS's agreement. And now that we have in statute that our board can attend 22 days to take care of board business as well as committee and board meetings, we will make sure that our calendars are aligned so that your time is used most effectively. We reduced the number of meetings to allow more time for planning and work. And as we look ahead, we'll focus on the launch, as mentioned, of our Project 125 new benefit system, executing the processes which will lead to the implementation in 2026. I mentioned that the team met in July to do a strategic plan review. And at that time, we added several goals, and they were focused on funding for the plan, the safe harbor issue as it relates to tier 2, and we're working on addressing that hopefully in the veto session, addressing succession planning here at CTPF, cybersecurity, and overpayments. And so with that, I will yield back to you, Mr. President.
Can I speak on this?
You had a question?
No, actually, the report was from June 3rd, correct? All the way to the present. You introduced your report as such?
That's June 3rd through August 3rd.
Right. So I need a clarity because we've just approved the June 15th meeting. And I saw that you had included a statement in that meeting. So we had to approve it before I can even, ask for clarity. Okay. It's for anyone who's looking at that page, it's page 4 in the book that was sent. There's page 1 and page 4 also. And it's a statement from the executive director, Lenore. It says, I want to level set on the Lincoln Yards potential investment. Let me start with what has happened to date. The investment committee authorized an investigation into a potential investment in the development. As we have shared with our stakeholders and members, this represents an initial step in exploring the opportunity and conducting full due diligence. No investment has been approved. As with all our investments, we will rely on our experts to thoroughly evaluate Lincoln Yards and gather data to ensure the board has all the information necessary to make the best decision for the fund. Any next steps will be handled at a future investment committee meeting with a recommendation to the full board. Now, the investment committee consists of the full board. So you're saying that will be, the recommendation will come from the investment committee, and whatever recommendation from that will go to the next board meeting.
Yes.
Following. I just, needed a special clarity here. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. You said staff is back to work. How many days a week does staff work?
Staff is working 5 days a week, trustee.
I'm sorry, you're real soft
They're
spoken.
working 5 days a week.
Everybody's coming in 5 days a week?
No, we work 5 days a week.
No. How many days a week does each staff member come in?
Each of us come in at least 2 days a week.
At least or
At
no
least,
more?
at least
Okay,
2. Yep.
At least 2. And on the sheet, the MSU sheet, the wrap up, you have on here, I see 117 people still calling about their 1099R. What would entail that? They still haven't received them, or?
So we get periodic inquiries all through the year for 1099, our information. We get periodic inquiries all out throughout the year for 1099 information. Individuals, for whatever reason, we haven't gotten an updated address. We do our best efforts to get an updated address, and they reach out to us whenever they get a chance to get back to us and give us that updated information. So then we send out the reprint of the 1099 to their corrected address.
Okay, and we have a total of 9,081 calls. And how many return calls? Do you document that as well, or can we get those figures as well?
Yeah, I'll see what we can put together on, what do you mean by return calls?
Well,
Like
people
repeat?
call and then we want to see how many calls they were able to get back, respond to the members.
So we track our calls. We have we are able to answer most of our calls as they come in. Are you asking about voicemails and returns?
Well, speaking to members, because sometimes I still hear people saying they don't get return calls, and I don't know that it's accurate or not. That's why I count on your documentation. Just curious. I mean, if the calls, sometimes, is it a response to an email? Is it a response to, a phone call or leaving a message or,
So in the event that members have to leave a voicemail, if we're having a high volume day, we're returning voicemails within 48 hours and the same for emails. So we've been able to keep up with that. And if you're getting a different response from a member, I would appreciate knowing about it because I haven't heard that myself.
Yeah, because we're saying we try to, or we do, or we try, but, I like to see that, if you document it, how many. And, okay, well, let me go on to next. Health insurance, I know we always say have at Hilton on 95th Street. The second main reason for even moving to this facility was because we have free space on the 3rd floor that would cost us nothing. When are we going to open up so the members can come in? Well, I mean, I would think do trustees vote on it? I mean, or is that, we can't do that anymore?
It's actually in the works.
Pardon? I
It's
can't.
in the works.
So
I'm sorry, you know what? It's the echoing over here. It's harder for me to hear.
Yeah, I'll let Jen elaborate on it, but a
Pardon?
meeting downstairs is in the works. Go right ahead, Jen.
Because we had some meetings, when we first moved here, we were down there once. I remember that.
we are planning for a meeting this open enrollment where our vendors, our carriers are going to come in and members will be able to come to the third floor and talk to our carriers. We'll also have staff representation. ESI will be there as well.
So is it just to meet and greet with the members, or have we put anything on our website to let them know to prepare for that date for open enrollment for the health insurance this fall?
We have information on our open enrollment website, yes, and we're updating our postcard to get ready to go out soon. We'll have it on there. We're going to have it in the handbook and we're going to advertise it as well.
So it's going to be just like it was before where the members come out, or is there something different in the format?
In the past, we did our educational webinar in person. We're still going to do those virtually because we actually reach more members that way. But then we're going to give them this additional option for in-person so they can come in and talk to us if they have additional questions or if they want to speak to the carriers on any specific issues.
Okay. And one last
Excuse me,
question.
Maria, that's your time.
You missed it when you stepped out. Trustee Ward had a conversation with the lobbyist for quite a while.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Don't I get the same
So
rights?
now we move to lunch.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:45.
So 55 minutes? Because 12:49 or 12:59. Carlton, is that? See? Can't even get it. Okay.
Did I say one? I meant two. Oh, sorry. Conference calls at one. It's gonna go to two.
Getting set up.
Investment chair, investment consultant, investment staff, and investment managers. Phil?
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Nice to see everyone. Nice to see you. It's nice to have Callan here, so I appreciate that. So we are in 11 and A, I'm sorry, we're in 11A, which will start off with our private equity education and performance report. And frankly, I hope new trustees are here. I'm not sure. We're going to get some information as well as a refresher on understanding the role of private equity. Callan, our consultant, is providing a private equity education prior to reviewing the fund's private equity performance. And I'm going to turn it over to Brianne from Callan. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about private equity and just a kind of a brief education for everyone to get a little bit more background, and then we'll go into the private equity report. So I'm going to start with on page 2 of the handout that says private CTPF private equity education. And so what we're showing on this slide is if you look at the full market of available investments and the pie chart on the left side of the page, that represents both public and private assets. That sliver of orange represents the opportunity set for private assets versus public. So private assets represent a smaller portion in general of assets that are available for investment. And within that sliver, what we're showing here, that 9.8 trillion, that actually represents everything from private equity to private credit, real estate, and infrastructure. So that is a smaller portion of your total fund and is a smaller portion of the opportunity set available to investors. So I'm going to focus on private equity, which represents about 6.3 trillion of opportunity and investment. So moving on to page 4, why do we invest in private equity? The main reason is for return generation. It's the highest returning asset class that we invest in. It has the potential to outperform public equities, and I'll go into some of the reasons why. And what we're showing on this chart here is the returns of CTPF's private equity portfolio versus the public markets. And what we wanted to just portray here is private equity is expected to have a return premium over public equity. And your portfolio has shown that over all the trailing time periods here. So we're comparing in blue the CTPF private equity returns net of fees versus what you would have returned if you'd invested those dollars in the US public equity index, the Russell 3000. So it's been a very lucrative asset class for the fund, and you've had a successful program over this time period. The reason why private equity firms can generate outsized returns is that because they're able to buy these companies and they're not public, they're not reporting on earnings, they're able to make investments into the company with less public scrutiny, and they're able to hold on to these companies a little bit longer. So it gives them that opportunity for value creation that is a little more challenging in the public markets. So I'm going to skip to page 6 and just talk about the characteristics of private equity. So what makes it different than public markets is, number one, the illiquidity. So when you invest in private equity, you're committing to a long-term fund, and you really don't have control over when they're going to ask for your money and when they're going to give it back. But because of that, the way that that fund is set up, that gives them that opportunity to create value without the pressure of a quarterly earnings report. Your returns are a little less volatile because you're not getting a price every quarter from the public markets like you would a stock, so that there's not as much volatility when we're looking at the performance of your private equity portfolio. And again, that long-term focus for the company on return makes up for that. So that excess return premium, a lot of times we refer to that as the illiquidity premium. So your outperformance versus public markets, part of the reason for that is you're being paid for locking up your money with these private equity managers. Second is return. I just talked about that higher return dispersion. It's a different opportunity set than what you would get in the public equity markets. So that's another advantage of investing in private equity. You're extending the investable universe. And then cost in orange, these are higher cost. They cost more than public equity managers. I showed you returns that were net of fees. So even after the fees, you're still outperforming public markets. So it still makes sense after fees. But one of the things that the industry is moving towards slowly is more transparency on fees. And this, what we call carried interest, which is basically a performance fee that the manager gets. If they perform well, they get to, retain more of that carried interest. And one thing I'll say when it comes to private equity, and I'll show you a chart in a minute, manager selection is extremely important. So just because a manager has lower fees doesn't mean that that's a better investment than a higher fee investment. It really depends on the manager's skill. And so this is an area which is a little different than public markets where we're less fee sensitive. Certainly we want fees to be in line with expectations, but just because somebody comes in with a low fee doesn't make that a more attractive investment. And then lastly, this is a much more complex asset class when it comes to implementation. I'll highlight that a little bit, but we do our annual pacing study where we decide how much we're going to contribute to private equity this year. Then you're investing in these closed-end funds. So it's just a lot more complexity to it than, say, a public equity manager where you tell them when you're going to give them the money, you tell them when you want it back, and that's the end of it. On the next page, on page 7, I've already covered a lot of these investment we call it like the challenges of private equity or just some of the unique characteristics. I've talked about the first 3. The middle 2, performance calculation and benchmarking, I will touch on briefly, but it is more challenging to benchmark this asset class. There's no passive way to get private equity exposure. So we don't have a passive index to compare it to. And even when we're looking at the returns, we look at ratios versus, different peer groups of funds rather than necessarily benchmarking a return versus an index. So it's a lot more complex from that perspective as well. And then the last thing I'll touch on here before flipping to the next slide is this J-curve effect. And I think the best way to illustrate that is on page 9. If you look at this chart, it looks like a big J, and that's basically what the J curve is. So I'll talk through what this is. So on the y-axis, you have the value of the private equity fund, and on the x-axis, you have the time, so the years. When you first invest in a fund in year 1, you see a dip in the value. So what you're doing is you're giving money to the investment managers, you're paying them for the work they do to source new investments. And then when they call your capital to buy a new company, they're not just buying that company, they're investing that company as well. So in the initial onset of the fund, you might see a dip in valuation. However, that dip in valuation is the nature of these drawdown funds that we're in. And over time, you see an outsized return as you get closer to the end of the fund life. So a lot of, there are ways to kind of mitigate this J curve. One of them is buying secondary funds, so buying funds that have already been through that J curve period. However, you end up sacrificing in return in the long run. So actually, the J curve is just kind of the nature of the closed-end funds. And while it's not ideal, you do get rewarded for that and for being patient over time. So I'll just to kind of complete this slide, they invest your money, the value dips, and then as those companies start to turn around, they start to earn more income, they become more successful, and then by the end near years like 7 through the end of the time period, they're working on trying to sell those companies and achieve the gains on your money. Slide 10 is another example of how that fund works, but it just is kind of breaking it down a little bit differently. The way this chart goes is this blue box on the left is the investment period. That's the sourcing new company ideas. The harvest period is sort of realizing those investments, getting paid for investing in these companies. You know, one of the unique factors in private equity is that when a private equity firm buys a company, they get to also help run the company and they get to have input on the strategy. They usually have a controlling share in the company, so they're able to make those decisions. Whereas if you're a public investor in public equity and you buy shares of a company, you rarely get to have much of a say in how that company is managed. But in this case, that's what these managers are doing, and that's unique. So in like year 4 to 8, maybe they're starting to sell those companies either through an IPO, so taking them public, or selling them to another public or private equity manager or into another fund. And then the fund we end our time frame here with 15 years, but that orange section is just as they're winding down the fund. So as they're, you know, selling off the rest of these companies, it can actually be 20 to 25 years. So it can take a long time for these funds to fully wind down. Usually in those later years, it's smaller balances, so it's not a significant allocation locked up, but it just can take a while for them to wind down completely. I'm going to skip commitment pacing since you guys are already at a point where you're fully committed to the asset class. And so our pacing is just sort of an annual update to maintain the current allocation. And I'm going to move into page 13 and talk about the strategy types. So the way we've structured this page going left to right is really the life cycle of a company. So a company starts out in the early years developing a product, and that's this venture capital box in blue. So venture capital is the really early stage. This is a lot of what you hear about in Silicon Valley. You hear about like Twitter and Snapchat, but then there's thousands of companies you've never heard of that were also venture companies that never quite went anywhere. And so it's where, you know, the earliest stages, it's the most risky of the different phases of private equity. Once a company has a product that's marketable and has like a strategy to sell that product and to grow, that's when you get into this growth equity box here. And that's really working on selling, the distribution channels, investing in growth, suppliers, that type of thing, and building up that company to a more mature business. Once a company becomes more mature, you get to this next box, this buyout section. So buyouts are when either the management of a mature company decides to buy the company back because maybe they want to reassess how things are being done. Or you have a private equity firm that comes in and they do a leveraged buyout and they buy back the company because they want to make some changes. So maybe the company's mature, but they're having some challenges going to the next level. Or maybe it's starting to get close to being a turnaround story and they need to make some changes. And then last is the green box, which is distressed debt. So distressed companies are really challenged companies. This is also a little bit in private credit as well, which we'll talk about on Tuesday at the investment committee meeting, but it's buying the debt of these really challenged companies, potentially turning that debt into equity of the company. So you might end up owning it later. But that's a very small portion of what, you know, we see managers investing in. It's very, very tiny portion. Page 14, I included in here just to show you, you know, the dispersion between the different strategy types. You see a lot more variation, and this is fund, how the funds perform. It's not individual companies. So under venture capital, we have about 2,400 different funds, and you can see the distribution of returns over the last 10 years. It's pretty significant. And I think what this is showing is how important manager selection is in private equity. It's extremely important. If you're not within the top quartile of managers, then you risk not even outperforming public equities. So your, you know, manager selection has been very strong. We've shown that with through the performance, but it is really important in this section. Growth equity has a little less variation. Buyout also a pretty substantial variation in returns. And then distressed debt is smaller, and that's because it's debt. And usually, you know, fixed income doesn't have as significant of volatility as an equity does. So that's why that's a little bit lower. The next few slides, I included these for you to take away if you wanted to read a little bit more about the different strategy types. They're hopefully written in a way that's more easy to understand than kind of a technical textbook, but just to explain sort of how those different asset classes are differentiated. And I'll just finish up here on page 20 talking about benchmarking, because that is, again, a challenge within private equity. So the first way that and the primary way that we like to benchmark private equity is peer group comparisons. And so when we're looking at peer group comparisons, we're looking at something called ratios and something called internal rate of return. So an internal rate of return is a special way that we calculate returns for closed-end funds. We do it for private equity, we do it for your real estate funds. And it gives us a percentage that you can then compare. And so that's what I showed you earlier, that internal rate of return of your portfolio versus this public market equivalent. In the performance report that we do, we talk a lot about something called TVPI, which is a ratio. And what we're looking at there is the total value that you've paid in to your program. I don't know why I just blanked. versus
DPI, correct?
Yeah, sorry. Total value versus paid in capital. Sorry about that, the total brain fart. So we're looking at the total value of your program versus what you've paid into it. And so the way to think about that is it's for every dollar you've put into the program, how much have you gotten back? And historically, your TVPI or total value to paid in capital is about $1.62. So for every dollar you've put in, you've gotten $1.62 back. There's a number of other different performance kind of ratios here. They all tell you something different, but those are really the two most important, the internal rate of return and that total value to paid in, because that's really telling you how you did overall. And the total value to paid in, that ratio, we compare that to a peer group of other private equity funds. So that's kind of the easiest way for us to compare apples to apples, your program to other investment private equity programs. So, and what's in the performance report is that total value to paid in ratio is in the second percentile or second quartile. So above the median private equity manager. And part of the reason why, we often get the question, why aren't we in the first quartile? And it's because of the fund-to-fund implementation that CTPF did early on. There's an extra layer of fees, and that makes sense in certain areas of the portfolio, but that extra layer of fees has kind of kept you squarely in that second quartile of peers. Are there any questions on the role, the different strategy types? The rest of the presentation is getting into the performance report, and so I can talk about that as well. But
thanks for the presentation, Leanne. I was interested in the different strategy types, and you were saying that if they're not in the top quartile, then they probably won't get the benefit of the investment at the highest rate or at any rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, for managers, you really need to pick that top quartile managers, or the managers aren't going to outperform public equities net of fees.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that would be the leaders or the initial venture capital.
No, it depends. It's really across all the different types of investing in private equity. There are a lot of private equity funds that exist.
Yes.
And so it's just a matter of selecting, the top managers. So what'll often happen is a really strong manager will have, a series of funds that have performed well. And then you have managers that might have a bad fund, so then they shut down and maybe they'll start up somewhere else. Because once you have a bad fund, it's really hard to raise capital the next time. So there's a lot of funds that come in, or managers that, come in and out of the, yeah. Mhm.
Any other questions? We're good. Okay, so we're currently at 8.4% of our portfolio is private equity, and we have a target of
8.
currently 8. Okay.
8, yeah.
Do we have any, I'm just curious, do we have any like RFPs out right now or anything going on, or it's quiet? We're pretty quiet at the moment.
No, earlier this year, you approved re-ups for, we identified 5 funds that are up for re-up this year. I think you've approved 2 already, Estancia and Turning Rock, and then we'll be bringing in 3 others. But that's the pacing model right now to glide us back to closer to target, the original target, because the 8% is that modified target of 8, but the real target is more closer to 5%. But once we get closer to that and we have capital to redeploy again, and maybe we would like to find new talent, new funds to partner up with, that's when we would initiate RFPs. But in between, there might be an opportunity that may necessitate a search as well. But at this point, the pacing model is mostly re-up driven type of commitments.
Okay. And 8.4%, is that a result of good returns and the denominator effect, or just good returns overall?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Both, yeah. When you, at one point you were at 3% private equity and then increased that to 5.
We're at 3.
And in ramping up to get to that 5%, there, we had kind of an aggressive commitment schedule. And then private equity returns were extremely high, and we've got the denominator effect in general. So it's kind of a combination of all of those things. And I no one asked this, but one question you might have is, well, then why are we, if we're so above target, why are we committing still to new investments? And it's because you want to have diversification and exposure to every vintage year. And if you stop contributing right now, you could miss out on some potentially very strong vintage years. So we're not committing as much as we have in the past because we're trying to actually take that allocation down over time. But we do want to continue to commit to your managers each year.
Okay. Just one other quick question. So as far as like VC versus growth equity versus buyout, how are we like diversified in the capital stack?
Yes, on page 3 of the, I'm sorry, this is the private equity report. We have your total private equity mix, and you can see the strategy mix and a few different breakouts here. So the vast majority, you're at 72% about in buyout. And that's typical. Buyout is typically the largest allocation. You're at 24.5% in venture, which is about what we would suggest as well. And then below that, you have some smaller allocations to special situations, mezzanine, distressed. And you want that allocation to be fairly low, maybe less than 5%. I'm in the private equity performance report. So this is a separate, I think this might be a separate file. And I was on page 3 of that. So switching gears a little bit to look at the portfolio. So the way you're positioned is kind of typical of what we would do for a recommend. Looks like this.
319.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on 292, but 319 is yet. We're
Yeah,
covering at the
sorry.
moment. Okay. Any questions? Any reactions, response? Are we good? Good. All right. Thank you, Brianna. Appreciate your
Yeah.
time.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm
We covered.
We did.
Yeah, I mean, So I guess I'll just give you a quick overview, page 2 of that second document. So the private equity performance report, we kind of talked a little bit about this, but just to give you an update, as trustee Weiss mentioned, you're at at the end of 2022, so December 31st, your private equity allocation was 8.4% versus the target of 5 and a modified target of 8. If you look on, we have a number of different values here on the page. I like to focus on this third section called ratios and performance. The third ratio is the total value to paid in capital. So that's 1.61. So times, which means that for every dollar, you get $1.61 back from the program. That's the second quartile ranking. And then on the bottom, this additional performance metrics, the unrealized gain or loss was 0.66%. So usually we compare that, that's the percentage change in value over the quarter. We compare that to the equity markets. So the equity markets, the fourth quarter of 2022, the Russell 3000 was up 7.2%. So underperformed that quarter. And what we see with private equity is a lot of times these valuations are a little lagged. So the previous quarter return, the third quarter return for the Russell 3000 was negative 4.5. So in a very volatile public equity market, you're going to see the private equity return not move quite as much. So you underperformed in the fourth quarter, but when public equity markets are really strongly positive, it's not a surprise to see the private equity return be a little bit lower and to trail.
Yeah, please.
Yes, well, the last meeting, I won't be specific, just general, is that it was discussed that if we wanted to do more in a diversified way and get more into ESG in private equity, that, is something that might be coming up. And we're already at this modified level. How would that work?
Yeah, so we, as Fernando mentioned, you've made some commitments to new funds new commitments this year. Those are funds you already have in the portfolio, but each year we'll continue to make new commitments. And so if you wanted to do a fund that focused on ESG factors, we do an RFP for a new fund. And so that would be, in the following years as we commit new capital. So
Nothing in terms.
Not this year, but it could be next year, or the following, in the future. But you don't have any private equity managers right now that are fully ESG focused.
And that's what was discussed at that meeting, correct?
Yeah, we want to make sure that have a good plan of implementing our policy that we put in place, and that we don't want the team to feel rushed, but we want them to make sure that we implement it according to what was agreed upon. So, right? Right? Okay. Very good. Any questions?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's that coming from?
Mary Sharon.
Oh, please. Thank you.
It seems to me a lot of managers are avoiding the use of ESG in their description of who they are, because there's so much negativism toward ESG in certain sectors. Have you noticed that, Brianne?
Yes. There is a very big split within our country on states that are pro ESG and states that are not that are very anti ESG. So fund managers are definitely trying to toe the line somewhere in between to please both groups. With not necessarily with private equity, but we've seen some SEC investigations into mutual fund disclosures, touting ESG factors and whether or not that's really appropriate for those funds. So I think you're going to see a lot more care with labeling funds ESG because of that SEC investigation, just making sure funds are presenting themselves appropriately in their disclosures.
It appears the governor of Florida isn't in favor of it.
No. Clearly not. Clearly not. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. So
Yeah.
that's 8.4% of our portfolio. And then Tuesday, well, I'm gonna move forward. I don't want to jump ahead here, but thank you. I'm gonna turn the floor over because I will move on to 11B, which is the proxy voting. Thank you. Thank you both. Fernando, you're staying. I'm joking with you because
As an aside, that governor won't recognize the fact that his state is falling into the sea.
well, that's a whole different conversation, isn't it? Thanks for joining us, Kelly. Appreciate it. 11, let me see where we're at, 11B. We're going to talk about 2022 proxy voting report. The fund's investment staff will share the results of how our managers voted our proxies for us in 2022. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Palk. I am a senior investment portfolio analyst in the investment department. And as mentioned, today I will be reviewing CCPF's 2022 proxy voting results. If you can turn to page 2, we'll start there. Proxy voting is a way for CTPF to influence a company's corporate governance, activities of social responsibility, and financial considerations. It is important for CTPF to participate in voting and make their decisions based on a full understanding of the information presented to them in the proxy statement. Each year, staff is to review the CTPF proxy voting policy to ensure that current proxy issues are addressed. All changes, if any, will be submitted to the board for approval. Under the current process, staff implements the CTPF proxy policy with the voting fiduciaries or investment managers. This process will change in the near future as during the June 15th, 2023 board meeting, CTPF trustees voted to hire a proxy voting agent, Glass Lewis. CTPF's current proxy voting policy and the Glass Lewis service agreement is under review with our legal department at this time. Once the proxy policy review has been completed and all changes have been brought forth to the board for approval, CTPF staff will then implement these changes, implement the policy with the new proxy voting agent. The proxy voting agent will report to the board on an annual basis for due diligence, and they are available for board training upon request. Moving to page 3. Page 3 gives an explanation of what a proxy vote is and what's typically seen on a voting ballot. Page 4 outlines the themes of CTPF's current proxy policy. On page 5, you will see a list of accounts. In 2022, all CTPF equity managers voted proxies in accordance with CTPF's proxy voting policy. Page 6 shows our voting activity for 2022. In 2022, 26,661 proposals were voted on behalf of Chicago teachers. 78% of those votes were in favor of management, 19% against management, 3% fell in the other category. On page 7, you will see our most common management proposals voted in 2020, which those were election of directors with 18,753 proposals, ratification of auditors with 2,774 proposals voted, say on pay, 2,462, and say when on pay at just 204 proposals. We'll go to page 9 now. And the next few pages just give some highlights on some of the things that we saw in corporate governance during 2022. Boards continue to be under pressure to evolve in order to be well positioned to To oversee long-term value creation, directors know that their boards need the right expertise and experience, including directors with diverse backgrounds. Because of this, boards are increasingly considering diversity of gender, race, age, thought, skill, and industry experience. On page 10, we touch on executive compensation and say on pay. Executive compensation continues to be a focus for investors and boards. Many investors believe that there needs to be a better alignment of compensation with the individual and company performance. Compensation is addressed in several Dodd-Frank Act rules written by the SEC, say on pay, CEO pay ratio disclosure, pay for performance, and clawback policy disclosures. Current SEC rules require that most public companies begin to disclose the CEO pay ratio in their proxy statements starting in 2018. And since we're so far into the 2023 season, I've noted that the sharpest increase that we've seen this year in shareholder proposals for 2023 was in the area of executive compensation. There has been a dramatic rise in the number of shareholder proposals targeting severance agreements. Page 11, we'll move to shareholder engagement. During 2022, a record number of shareholder proposals were filed. Boards have become more comfortable with direct investor communication and corporate governance issues such as executive compensation and board composition. Investors continue to play a great role in corporate governance of public companies. With an increase in shareholder activism, there has been a push for more dialogue to discuss these governance-related issues. A key facet to shareholder engagement is always information sharing. In the first half of 2023, at least 803 resolutions were filed with companies in the Russell 3000 Index. This is on target with 2022, according to the Harvard Law 2023 first half of the year proxy report. Most of the proposals ask companies to address environmental issues such as climate change and biodiversity. About a quarter of all those proposals filed pertain to corporate governance, reflecting concerns about political influence and executive compensation. Moving on to page 12. On page 12, you'll see it illustrates the number and types of shareholder proposals filed over the past 3 years, just to give us an idea of how shareholders are getting out there and letting their voices be heard. Page 13, we'll move to the takeaways from the 2022 proxy season. Trends that appeared during 2020 proxy season are here to stay, including hybrid or all virtual annual meetings. Many companies continue to hold virtual-only meetings even after removal of pandemic restrictions on in-person meetings. The 2022 proxy season saw an overall decline in investor support for directors, say on pay, and shareholder proposals. Also, there were a record number of shareholder proposals filed than over any other time in the preceding 5 years. Page 14 gives us a look at the 2023 proxy season, which I've given information on what I've seen through June of 2023 with the 803 shareholder proposals that have been filed in the market. Virtual share meetings here to stay. We'll be looking at climate change disclosure requirements, pass-through proxy voting, and continued push for gender, racial diversity at the board, management, and workforce levels. Any questions on the 2022 proxy voting results or any governance issues that may be addressed in our proxy policy?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your report. Thank you. Can you maybe touch on briefly, because I think one thing that's important, and a number of the trustees went to a workshop a couple of years ago in Berkeley, California, and there was one point, it's just your fiduciaries, you're here to make money. And now it got kind of a little messier because now we can take into account ESG factors, and that's still considered fiduciarily sound, which wasn't necessarily the case in the past. I mean, what is the current feel in Illinois from your experience, or what are there any current laws or current things we should know about when we make, as we act with care and prudence as trustees? I'm just curious if you happen to know.
There aren't any current laws that I know that would affect our voting at this time. I would have to look more into that for you to give you a more detailed answer on that. But as far as I know, I haven't seen anything on any legislation that would affect the way that we vote or change anything in our actual policy.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Which
I know
is being
California,
reviewed.
though, they're doing some changes, right?
Definitely, there are some things in California that are being changed.
Are there any federal things that are being changed?
Nothing at the federal level. I do look at the SEC reporting and the SEC rules regarding changes that would affect shareholders, where we would see more shareholder proposals as a result of something that a company is doing. But for this year, nothing that I've seen. And also, it's something that will be taken in consideration as we are reviewing the proxy policy to make sure that everything is addressed, that we can possibly address is addressed, and that we are taking
Those things into account. Yeah.
legislation into account. Yes.
Great. Let me just look. Any questions? Anyone? Are we good? I'm sorry. Yes.
And kind of in follow-up to that, Trustee Wise, board members, I had prepared some guidance memos on investing in ESG. And in there, I referenced some legislation in Illinois in regards to ESG and a recent update in July. So, review those at your leisure, and we'll continue to study that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Oh, sorry, any other questions?
Just a quick. The idea of shareholders being involved. Okay? Are all of the shareholders like what we have as members, let's say pensions are separate from companies?
Yes.
Okay. So I need, to know just how shareholders affect the pensions.
We are the shareholder in this case. CTPF is the shareholder. So for each company that we are invested in on the public market, we're able to vote those shares. And that's what we do with proxy voting. So.
And I ask that question because a lot of members be online, we don't see them, but they want to understand what we understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, our proxy policy is published on the website, and each year this report goes on the website as well for our members. Any updates that we have for our proxy policy will also be provided there. And as we bring on Glass Lewis, we'll see improvements to our website because there will be a link directly to Glass Lewis on our website, and we'll have more access to information on legislature. Right now, I don't have that access. I'm doing all the research manually. So with bringing on Glass Lewis as a proxy voting agent, we'll have a database where I can just go look up this information and not have to search for it manually, not on the state of Illinois website or on the SEC website. Glass Lewis will gather all of that information as an extension of staff for us. So
thank you so much. And I think, I'm sorry, I forget to turn the mic on, but you can hear and it's no problem. Okay, thank you.
Trustee.
Hi, Kelly. That was excellent report. I want to know, what will your role be once Glass Lewis comes on? You'll be on an oversight sort
yes,
of.
I will manage the relationship between Chicago teachers and Glass Lewis.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Just one final one, sir.
No, it's just a quick one because I noticed most common management proposals, and it looks like it's mostly pay for the executives or whatever. Is this consistently what?
Yes, this is consistently what I've seen for the past 9 years that I've been working on proxy voting for Chicago teachers. Same proposals, the most common votes. It's usually the directors, which are the most, because they're making the decisions for the organizations that we're invested in. So.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank
All
you.
right. I'm gonna keep you up here, Fernando, okay? We're at 11C, which is our minority brokerage report. So finally, fund investment staff will discuss how much our investment managers traded with what's called MWVDBE. When did they add the V? That's a new one to me, which is minority women, veteran and or disadvantaged business enterprises. If I
That's what it was. It was short, right? This was what I saw first coming on.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, they're changing classifications and adding more classifications. As people are trying to define things more specifically, classifications change. Although oftentimes, and if you look at the actual definition of each, they overlap. Small word being American versus non-American, but the underlying subcategories are the same. Interesting. So we'll get into that another day.
Cheryl? I think everyone, I don't know if because there's newer trustees, I'm not sure if they're on, but this is Cheryl Rooks. She will give an update on the minority brokerage report.
Yes.
Thank you.
I sit in the space of investment compliance manager, and I'm here to present the 2022 MWVDE brokerage numbers. Just to give a little background, just on our program and how it works, what I look for, and what we kind of look for as CTPF to try to maximize and be very, very efficient in what we require our investment managers to do, because they are under contract to do these things. Every year I do an annual audit of each of our broker dealers to make sure that they are in compliance with law, in compliance with our requirements to determine whether they remain in our program, and then to also determine if any new brokers who have applied to become a part of our program are eligible. So first, they must provide active certification of one of the declared business enterprises. They must show a FINRA report or proof of the firm's national, I can do better if I put my glasses on, Lord Jesus. The firm's National Association of Security Dealer certification, a U4 form for all head trading staff and employees with 5% or more ownership. And this form actually shows that the individuals are securities industry registered. Head traders should have a Series 7 license, and firm owners should have both a Series 7 license and a Series 63 license. The difference is a Series 7 license gives them license to trade. A Series 63 gives the owners the ability to solicit, sell, or order any securities. So one layer is on top of the other. And then they also need to show a current registration, a certificate of good standing in either the state that they're headquartered in, or if they have an Illinois office, an Illinois state certificate of in good standing. This allows us to claim them as an Illinois entity. Additionally, and this is something I probably haven't shared over the years, and I should have, but here you go, I'm sorry. I look at to make sure that each of the brokers aren't currently suspended by any of the regulatory authorities. I check all of the underlying disclosures to make sure there are no criminal violations, felonies specifically, no regulatory violations that restrict them to invest or do any investment related business, any licensure, suspensions, denials, or revocations related to investment activity, no civil judicial violations that are related to investment activities, and no financial violations.
And if there are any of those violations, then I dig deeper to see if, when, or how any of these violations were resolved, when, how, what time, where it sits, with what judge, all of that. And then we make a determination. After all that's done, and once they're approved to remain in the program or become added to the program, then the investment managers now vet each of these brokers individually, and we give them the discretion to use whichever broker offers them best execution. Okay, now, then the next layer is then we evaluate investment managers quarterly as a part of their due diligence meeting with CTPF staff to make sure that then they're meeting CTPF minimum requirements for commissions allocated to MWVDBE brokers. Just to remind you of what those requirements are. For domestic managers and manager of managers, all cap and large cap strategies have a 50% commission goal. Small cap, passive large cap has a 35% commission goal. In international equity, all cap, large cap, and passive strategies must meet a 25% commission. Small cap is 5% commission, and emerging markets and commingled funds are best effort. For fixed income, active and passive fixed income managers must meet a 25% commission goal. But underlying that, we have fixed income managers that have emerging market and also TIPS strategies, and TIPS being treasury inflated protected securities. They get a best effort because it's a little harder for liquidity purposes to kind of put a goal on. But I think at some point we'll reevaluate that. So now for our 22 reporting cycle, which is 12 months in a calendar year, we use the calendar year to evaluate them because most of the investment managers and most of the market is on a calendar year basis. We had 28 approved broker dealers in our program, 7 African-American, 4 disabled veterans, 1 veteran, 6 Latino, 9 women, and 1 Asian American. Now, these numbers change as the program changes, as brokers go on, brokers go off, but I will continue to let you know which ones those are. And in your report on page,
Page 8.
On page 11, I just want to point out that this is the new list of brokers for the 2023 year. And as you can see, I think it's only 26 in there. So let's look at the numbers. Equity fund managers, both domestic and international, paid a total of $3.4 million in brokerage. Sorry, $3.4 billion in brokerage. That is on the front page of your report. And 23% of those, or 776,000, was paid to certified minority, women, veteran, and disadvantaged owned brokerage firms. For detail on who and what, pages 2 and 3 of your report gives you detail by investment manager and their individual percentage. Fixed income managers traded 6.7 billion total par value well, they're not commission, par value trades, buy, sales, out of which 35% or 2.4 billion in par value was traded with minority women and disadvantaged owned brokerage firms. For detail of those managers, please see page 4 of your report. And again, if you have questions, you can stop me as I go along. Pages 5 through 10 of your report shows minority versus non-minority commission, the breakdown in classification, and the commission dollars paid to each broker. Page 11 shows a complete list of the brokers participating in the program as of the beginning of the 2023 calendar year. And page 12 gives you a historical statistic snapshot of how we've moved year over year. As always, we continue to evaluate the needs of the program and encourage our managers to use more of the brokers on the list, to vary it, give a little to everybody. But you know, as I say, those who care, care. And that includes CTPF. So on that, I'll take any questions.
As people, thank you so much. I appreciate the report. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Please.
I just love the way this is all broken down and the explanation, because we are, in a sense, CTPF is a facilitator. And if you look through that lens, everything just falls together as cooperation. Thanks.
And I will add to that, as a leader, we must continue to take the lead. And so I think about the times that we sit before the Senate and they ask, and they say, well, you did such a wonderful job. What are you going to do next? Well, because it's not legislated, then we must step out. And so perhaps we need to raise the percentages because we know that they can. And so it goes back to those that care, care.
And I know you talked to Senator Napoleon Harris.
Occasionally, and he is one for
yes
for saying that. So you know, you try to get ahead of it, and because we are a leader, we really should lead. We really should say, yeah, you did a wonderful job and thank you so much. We appreciate it, but we're everywhere and we need to do more because the pie is still not really sliced quite evenly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, did you have a question? Comment?
It is really, really nice to see it laid out like this and detail in the percentages.
My pleasure.
So overall, are we still sitting at about, isn't it 48%?
That is
The total.
portfolio wide, and
Right.
that is the investment managers, which is different from brokerage.
From brokerage, okay. See if there's anyone online. We good? All right, any final comments or questions? Are we good, guys? Oh, please.
So so are the MWVDBE firms, are how closely aligned or tied to are they with ESG? So are you finding difficulty getting folks that?
Well, they are. Let me try to answer this the best way that I can. In terms of declaring yourself in a category, that is something that has not necessarily been mandated on the federal level. So some do and some don't. it is a layer under, to say the least. So once ESG becomes not so spooky and something that is federally mandated, then the other pieces kind of will clean themselves up as it falls under that category, if that makes any sense. Any other questions? Did I get that right? Okay.
No, you're doing a nice job of covering that. And again, we've got that Illinois Sustainable Investing Act that, allows us to consider in Illinois ESG factors. And it was July 28th that the governor signed that new law that will become effective January 1st, 2024, that will require investment managers to provide a description of how they will prudently integrate sustainability factors into their investment decision-making as part of their annual disclosure. So there's more to come on that. And that again was briefly summarized in that memo that I had provided you for background education.
Very good. Up, Jackie. Oh,
What about, it is a serious divide. There's just ESG, anti-ESG, huge, and as you stated, that Rand stated, that it's like the whole country is divided. And they are passing policies saying that it's illegal in some states to even focus on ESG. So what are your thoughts on, how?
We definitely live in interesting times, and what we stay focused on is what our laws provide and what we can control, and we go bravely forth to pursue it.
And I will say, because of that, because of the split, if Illinois is one of those states that it's okay, and we're dealing with brokers outside of Illinois or headquartered somewhere else, and it's not okay, that is going to impact our numbers. So be careful and be ready. Be ready.
What about, comes back to me, that we have managers that come for us, or that are not meeting 25%, as a plethora of excuses and none that are valid, in my opinion. But how are we faring with that?
So that does factor into the reviews that we're undertaking this year. That in the short answer, but we take a look at everything, right? Performance, organization, both the qualitative and quantitative. These are one of the big important factors that does weigh into whether we retain a manager or not.
One quick question.
Sure.
To that point, so that would be up to and include like people that we do on the watch list.
That's right. That's correct.
And then how we exit them off of the watch list and off of the.
Yes.
I think our goal has been to, I think it's to, make sure we have clear codified policies that we all agree on, that we monitor and we enforce our policies. And so that we stay and keep this, consistent with our expectations, which is what we set forth. So very good. Our next investment committee meeting will be Tuesday, August 22nd, and that'll begin at 9:30. Also, just as a reminder, the International Equity Investment Manager search is underway. Please remember, we are in a quiet period, so rules are in effect all the way until the contract with the selected managers are finalized. Thank you again. Appreciate your time. Very good. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, trustees. Turn it back over to you, Jeff, for 12.
All right. So again, good afternoon, everyone. This morning, I passed out to you some updates to the notebooks I created for you on Open Meetings Act bylaw issues. When you have your notebook with you, you can change out your cover so you know you've got the August update in there and slide those materials in there. That's also where a copy of that investment training piece is as well. The presentation I have for you today is to introduce the topic of restructuring our board committees. And I'm hoping we can gain a little catch-up time on our agenda as we work our way through this. So this is to introduce this topic to you and give you some food for thought as we move forward to look at some restructuring. On the next slide, you'll see I've broken the presentation into 3 parts. We'll take a quick look at what the current committee structure is. We'll look at what the proposed committee structure would look like. And then finally, we'll touch upon what the benefits are from a restructuring of our current committee setup. So on the next slide, you'll see just an overview of what our current committee structure looks like. So currently it's under Article 8 of your board bylaws that provide that you have 6 standing committees plus a special or ad hoc committees, of which there are also 6. So in total right now you maintain 12 committees. All your special or ad hoc committees by policy consist of 3 trustees. Your one exception is your investment committee consists of 12 trustees, and thus it really operates as a committee as a whole, as you know. On the next slide, you see the lineup of your current standing committees. And again, there are 6 of them: finance and audit, claims and service credits, pension laws and administrative rules, investment, personnel, and your executive committee. But for the executive committee, that is a 4-person committee, and your investment committee, that is 12, those standing committees are currently 5 trustees. Yeah.
The executive committee consisted of the officers. The executive of
Right. And so, yeah, those are 4 trustees. And you're right, they're by name. They are the officers. That is correct. And that's a pretty typical structure for an executive committee.
And so it's incorrect as is on the sheet.
Well, remember, you've got your president, finance secretary, chairperson of the personnel committee.
Which is the financial secretary.
And you know,
You got the president, you got the vice president, the financial secretary, and the reporting secretary.
okay.
Excuse me, could in-person people please put on their mics?
Thank you. You know, I didn't realize.
No, that's okay, Lois. And you know, you might be right. We may, I may have had a typo there, but I also wonder if your bylaw may not align with how we've actually structured it too. And that's a possibility as well. But your point was well taken. And
The bylaws, you
right.
check the bylaws.
That's exactly it.
Mhm.
So go to the next slide and you'll.
And thank you, Mary, because I didn't realize. I know that everyone in the room could hear, but I didn't realize.
Yeah, there's somebody else didn't do it either. I don't know who it was.
On the next slide that we're looking at now are the other committees that we call our special or ad hoc committees. And those include disability, elections, health insurance, policy, return to work, and technology. Again, all of those committees have 3 trustees by your bylaws. So what are we looking to accomplish here? Essentially, we're trying to kind of whittle down and create a little bit more efficiency by having less committees, but by doing that, getting more involvement by increasing the size of the committees and making those committees, their meetings and their responsibilities a little more substantive by increasing the number of people involved in them and the responsibilities for which they will be responsible. So if you go to the next slide, in this proposed committee structure, what we would do is we would eliminate 5 committees and leave 7 remaining committees. So the ones that we would consider eliminating are policy, personnel, disability, executive, and the return to work committee. The second component then would be increasing the numbers of trustees serving on the committees that we continue to maintain. And the recommendation that we have is to have all committees consist of 5 trustees. And the one exception would continue to be our investment committee, which would continue to be a committee of the whole with 12 trustees. And then we would make sure in, again, focusing on using our time efficiently and being mindful of the time, in particular for our active trustees, that they are allowed to participate each year in our board business. We would make sure we've got regular meeting dates established for those committees. The one exception probably being Claims and Service Credits Committee that would probably need to still be scheduled ad hoc depending on the needs to handle business before it. So go to the next page and we'll see what this would look like then if the proposal goes through. That would leave us with 4 standing committees: our Finance and Audit, Claims and Service Credits, Pension Laws and Administrative Rules, and our Investment Committee, which again, remember, includes their first Friday meetings. And then on the next slide, you'll see that will then take us down to 3 special committees: elections, health insurance, and technology. Go to the next slide. Let's go through a bit on what we're trying to achieve with this committee restructure. So the first thing we would try to do is streamline, again, our committee structure. So again, when we have some committees that perhaps are not being used or being underutilized, the idea is to streamline the structure and then shift the work that might have typically been handled by those underutilized committees into committees where the subject matter focus would be appropriate. The second goal would be to increase productivity. So the remaining committee meetings that we do schedule and make sure that are occurring every year, we would make them a more productive type committee meeting and make sure we've got more trustees' involvement in those committees, and not only involved, but actually with voting power. One thing that I have observed over this last year is there are many trustees who make it a point, if they are available, to attend committee meetings, even if they're not a member of that committee, and which I appreciate. But I can see the value, though, in having trustees there on those committees who actually have voting power, so we can start to whittle down on decision-making because we've got more trustees with actual voting power involved in decision-making at the committee level. The third goal, of course, is to reduce time commitments, because it certainly is a lot of time, not only for trustees, your outside service providers, but importantly your staff too, to prepare for, attend these meetings. And the idea then, again, that there is some cost efficiencies by when we are here together and we've made the time to be here together, let's be very productive and use the best of the days together. And I think that will certainly help you all trustees who have very few days, particularly if you are an active elected member, to actually be able to be here away from your teaching responsibilities. Next, the idea, again, as I kind of touched upon already, the idea is to increase participation. So when we've got a structure where we have 5 members on committees, as opposed to 3 members in particular, we are probably in a position to more likely meet our quorum because we've got more individuals who are expected to be at these meetings, but also, again, provide for some more opportunities for trustee involvement that come from some more perspectives. As a 12-member board, you're quite large. So a 5-member board will capture a little bit more of the diverse perspectives, whether retired, appointed, active, and bring those perspectives together at that discussion level at the committee so that we get some productive and thoughtful recommendations that then come to the full board, because we've increased the size of the committees to get more diverse voices involved at that level. And then finally, our goals always are, when we make these structural changes in what our bylaws look like, we always look to a view for our strategic plan. And again, we want to make sure that we are thinking about, one of our strategies is to provide trustees and staff more time to attend to our goals and our matters that we have identified as important, and things that we need to get done in a timely manner. And when we can find ways to optimize our resources efficiently and effectively, those help us towards those goals of getting the important business of this fund accomplished. So I will pause there. I know that was a quick presentation, but I wanted to just start introducing the topic, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Yes. All right, so we're looking, and I don't know if trustee Nelson's looking at this. Number one, we're eliminating policy committee. To me, that's taking away the power of the trustees to say we'd like some policies changed, or we'd like to add such and such. In essence, what I see is, and then who's going to be handling policy?
So that is an excellent question. So this is what, how.
I know,
we
that's why I
strategize.
asked it.
That's good. And thank you for that question, trustee Rodriguez. So
Long day.
this is how we would reframe the trustee involvement in policy. What we would do is we would assign the policy that's under consideration to the committee at which the subject
Where
matter
would
is
it be
appropriate.
originated?
I'm not finished.
No, I know, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, yeah, okay, now you're, yeah, I'll do the finger like you. I meant, but my question is, where will they be, where will the policy be originated so that if we want to talk about it?
Right, so it would originate with the subject where it's involved. So let's say that we've got a topic involving how we conduct our hearings, whether it's for disability, return to work, whatever dispute we might have. We would start with the claims and what do we call that committee? Claims and service credits as the subject matter area to start with. What do we want to look at for a policy? And that's where we would start it before it then would go to the full board.
And who would be the attorney? The way I see it, to be perfectly honest, which I always am, I see it that the attorneys now, because I've looked at the administrative expenses where attorneys' fees are going up, and I see you doing more presentations and writing. You would be writing those policies. Personnel.
Let me answer that
No,
one
no,
just
no.
really quick. So I
Wait,
don't
I'm
think that
not
I would
finished.
necessarily be writing the policies. I think they would still start with in-house staff.
It would, but we know where it's going. We went through this with another attorney. Then it was policy over policy, and that's all we had, and they were written, without our consent. It was just like rammed down our throats. Personnel, same thing. Personnel hardly ever meets. They stopped doing it. Depends who the chairperson was. The last 4 years, it's non-existent. It really is. Disability, we're talking about that earlier, and a schedule, whatever. We wanted everybody to, when they get the first benefit, if they're approved. The same thing is pretty much non-existent.
Can I ask you
Well,
a
let me
question,
just-
trustee Rodriguez?
Pardon?
Can I ask you a question on that topic? Do you, maybe you could explain from your perspective, so I can understand. Is there a reason the personnel committee hasn't met in terms of there was business that was just not there to be pending, or what was been your experience with that? With it not
Because
meeting?
what I saw, everybody was very involved, and in November, whoever the president was, starting even way back, they would appoint people. They would say, who wants to be chairman of such and such committee? And they would select their own committee members. Pretty much it was more of a volunteer. That way you were motivated. You wanted to be on that committee. It wasn't, well, we need somebody and I'm going to appoint everybody. So if you look at the pattern, and it's at least 3-4 years, the same people almost on almost every other committee. And some of us would always show up, which I am one of those. And what I kind of see is that now, because there's been that problem with First Friday, that the last meeting was going to be a third meeting where there was not a quorum, then is it going to be the same that those same 3 people who were hand selected will be on the committee, and the other 2 will be just kind of a filler? If someone can't come, well, then maybe they'll be there. Because
so I would actually come at a different perspective from that. Again, going back to good governance. I know that there are some people who serve on any board that have more time and maybe more passion for the full work of this fund. But I think what we always have to remember is that we need to provide opportunity for people to participate, whether they think they have an interest in a particular area that a committee that would be covering, to be given an opportunity to get involved in it, and then realize, hey, this is something that ultimately I have to vote on as well, and I am responsible for as well as a fiduciary. And thus, I think we can build more engagement from all 12 without just relying on people self-selecting themselves for committee topics that they choose to serve on.
right, and I'm one of those people that would show up for every single meeting for, especially during the pandemic.
Excuse
Now,
me,
the
Maria.
executive.
Maria, Victor has his hand up. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Victor.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to know what your experience was having done this with another board.
So I'll start with a board I served on. I served on a library board for almost 20 years, and we had a dozen committees, not unlike the number you currently have as well. We also experienced the situation where some were underutilized and rarely met. And the few committees that were active and did important work, not very many people served on them because we had, again, kept them probably artificially small. And I think we started to experience what you experienced, which is non-committee members start coming to those committee meetings because they also need to hear kind of the work it out discussion, the deep dives, so that everyone's prepared to make the decision once it comes out of committee and comes to the full board. The other experience that I've had with my smaller plans is they have pretty much disbanded committees altogether, and they are bringing decisions directly to the full board, because the reality is they had felt a need that everyone hear the same detail, had the same opportunity to ask the questions, and then get to a good decision.
Would you say there was maybe some hesitancy or resistance at one point, but then it was overcome, or was there still issues after?
No, I didn't see any issues or concerns with the restructuring to make them more efficient or more effective or more engaged. And even those boards that have decided to just disband committees pretty much just have shifted from time that would have been in committee to longer board meetings.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So just so that I'm sure I'm hearing you correctly, which I'm 98.6% sure that I am, the 5 committees would be finance and audit, claims and service credits, pension laws and administrative rules, and investment. Well, yeah, and investments, which investments is a committee of the whole, which is how we currently do that. But in addition, each of these committees will have 5 trustees, which, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And those would be our new 4 standing committees.
Yes.
And then we've got the 3 other committees or ad hoc.
Yes. So in the ad hoc committees, elections, health insurance, and technology. Okay. So also with 5 trustees each. So I think I just heard you say that as issues come up about policy now, instead of being a separate committee, falls under the purview of the category, the subject area
yes,
of whatever the issue is.
Bingo.
I did hear that correctly, right?
You did.
So I don't see a problem with this because it kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. If you got a myriad of meetings going on, and for those of us that work, that are active in the classroom, you know, committee meetings can be a challenge if it's not, I mean, I'm so glad we started stacking them. It makes the day way more productive. That's a good word. Thank you. Than it does with us having to maybe come after work. You know, there've been a few times we've had committee meetings in the afternoon, 4:30, 5 o'clock. I've been with pre-K half the day. I don't want to talk to anybody at that point. And so, you know, I'm just being honest. And so but you do what you got to do, right? But to the point that you just made, I think that this would be productive. And I think that having more trustees on a committee does allow for more robust conversation. When you have questions and you have questions and things and motions need to be made or considered, it gives a bigger body to have a lot of deliberate discussion and hear those different perspectives. So yeah, I think this is way more efficient, and I am all about efficiency of time. So thank you.
Did anyone who hasn't made a comment want to make a comment before I go back to Maria? Go ahead, Jack.
I totally agree. I would like to second that because it can go to the subject matter area. And if it's about policy, then it can go there. Because I don't remember ever meeting on policy for a lot of things. And one thing that Maria did say a lot of the policy of our previous fiduciary council / everything else would say, I'll take that. I'll tackle that. And so, yes, policy was coming from the former fiduciary. That was a fact. So I think that this is a way that it will definitely give the trustees more input into everything being on that committee. And then other people that are not on the committee, we still come because there's not so many meetings to go to. And we are definitely interested in what's happening and being a active fiduciary of this fund.
And I know when I served as a trustee, I felt when I missed, whether it was a substantive discussion at a committee meeting, or I just missed a board meeting for whatever reason, I felt like I missed a lot.
Yes.
And so that's tough. And so I feel for all 12 of you, you've got a tremendous responsibility as fiduciaries. And I know you want to be able to hear as much and absorb as much and be able to ask your questions so you feel confident in the decisions you have to make.
Lois.
Yes. Another committee that you want to eliminate is the Return to Work Committee.
Yeah.
Now, that committee only affects retirees. So to eliminate that, there's no connection between knowing what the retirees' concerns are involving return to work. Because there were a couple of incidents that came up during those meetings that, being an educator and chair of that committee, I was able to bring that focus from the retirees in terms of that mandatory day that the retirees were counted as having worked that day. And the retirees were not in the classroom that day. So it went through, our lobbyists and the inside counsel and whatever, the board, to actually eliminate that as a day that the retiree was credited for. And that's just one incident. And then other issues came up whereby the retirees were using, it was called ASAP in the beginning, but it changed to Frontline. And so they had one number on their calendar that they were keeping up with, but the Board of Education, CPS, had a different number. So I'm saying before eliminating, perhaps it's wise to check out what advantage and disadvantage each committee has through the trustees, because I know that all of the trustees were not involved in these decisions.
So two pieces there. I want to start with number one, Trustee Nelson. I completely understood where you were coming from as we prepared for Joe and I to observe the first round of return to work hearings through that committee structure. If there is one area that Joe and I observed that needed fundamental change for the benefit of our membership, it's in the realm of return to work. And I know staff is working on that. So putting that aside, there are going to be, and this is what I observed in the hearings I do for State University Retirement System, for the Illinois Municipal Retirement System, and for my own fire and police pension funds. Hearings have a structure and a set of due process protocols that should be uniform no matter what the topic is, whether a return to work violation, a disability issue, a dispute over salary, whatever the issue is, there will be a lot of value in having a committee, and it would be the Claims and Service Credits Committee that gets very well versed and tuned on how to handle a due process hearing for our membership. So I think there's going to be upsides there based on my experience elsewhere. But I think here's the second thing I want to note on what you observed. Our whole system is here for the members. Some of them currently are active and some of them are retired, but in the end, we're here to pay benefits. So while you might think at first return to work issues are truly a retiree issue, no, they are a a fund issue, and actives need to understand, appreciate, and problem solve on those issues just as much as those retirees, particularly as we have to go forth and try to find legislative reform to do better by our members. So completely appreciate what you're saying, Trustee Nelson. I'm just trying to bring a different perspective that I think in the end will serve our members better. But thank you for that.
And thank you for that.
Mhm.
Also, I appreciate what you say, but it still should have been discussed further.
Oh, no, and this is where we're,
With all.
no, you're
persons.
right. We're here discussing it, and this is the process, right? This is how we're gonna work through it and see where we land.
Maria.
You often bring up been on a board or you represent librarians. How large is that group of trustees?
So I was a trustee for the library, the Barrington Public Library District.
How many?
So how many, what was the question?
How many, you said you work with the board. How large is that board?
So I don't work with the board. I was a trustee on that board. And it's a district that's 50 square miles and has
No,
a
no, no.
constituency
Remember, how
of-
many, you work for, how many are, who are the decision makers? Are the trustees? Is it-
Right.
Okay,
So that, in that
how-
library district, there was a board of 7 and I was one trustee of a
Seven.
7-member
Okay.
board.
And we're a board of trustee. Are they educators as well?
Some of them were. Actually, a lot of library district trustees that came and
No,
went
but
over
the
the
one
20
you
years
were
I
with.
was there. There were a lot of retired teachers and a lot of attorneys, actually.
No, I'm still asking the board that you sit on, because we have teachers that it's not that easy to be taking off of school. Quite frequently, they have the students, they have testing, they have open house. And that's my point. So to me, I would, no comparison to our board and our needs.
And that's why we met at night. Those library meetings were at night. A lot of local governments meet at night because people have day
Well, the
jobs.
return to work is something that this fund outside of trustees has been trying to get rid of that committee because of the hearings, because we had an outside, a retired judge who hears everything. And, people, it's not that easy for someone to come in and just hit the ground running. And a lot of trustees, because their time is so valuable in the schools, the principals need them, students need them, parents are there waiting for them. It was not a priority to come to those meetings because they would be all day hearings. It would be all day hearings.
And I, just as I was explaining in my observations of Trustee Nelson's questions, we need to do better by our members in that committee. I mean, there's,
I didn't hear
that issue of
I'm
return
sorry,
to work is.
I'm
a
sorry, Carolyn,
problem.
I didn't hear you. You said we need.
We need to do better as a fund
Okay.
towards our members in the realm of those issues that arise with return to work. But it's a more systematic change that needs to occur because our goal should be that we never have to have one. I don't want our retirees to get caught working more days than they should.
Right.
Excuse me, can I revolt just quickly?
Quinn had his hand
Is
up.
that a
Quinn
point?
had his hand up.
The point is,
Lois, Quinn had his hand up.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Trustee Nelson, go ahead.
It's a gentleman.
the point is that you observed a couple of hearings, but you were not there through the years, the prior years.
Right, that led up
So
to
you're
that.
not aware of a lot of things that went on in our hearings.
Yeah.
So to just culminate a couple of observations with what has been going on for several years, it's inconceivable. And thank you.
And I appreciate that.
appreciate-
You
I
are
appreciate
absolutely
you.
right. I only saw a little tiny snapshot and I appreciate your observation.
So, return to work would fall within the purview of, say, claims and service credits, because that is a work-related issue. So basically, we would have clear guidance on where these committees that have been consolidated, where they now will rest, or the subject areas of those committees will now rest.
Right.
So that it makes sense in our work moving forward.
That no important business of the fund falls through the cracks
Right.
because we've eliminated a committee that used to have the responsibilities for it.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, because claims and services is a big one. It seems to be.
Excuse me, my hand is up.
I was about to.
Oh, all right. Well, we didn't see it. We can't see it. It
Thank you,
wasn't
Mary. Go ahead.
intentional. Oh, my God.
Thank you. A
Jeez.
little history history on this. There used to be a huge number of people that violated this, and then there were the driver's ed teachers who thought they were special. In the end, they got their own legislation, but we used to have to hear them. So, I mean, the reason, I mean, this, our return to work committee has, their responsibility has gotten a whole lot less than it was initially.
That's a interesting comment, Trustee Riley, and I appreciate it because in the other statewide systems that I've been doing hearings with, the same thing seems to happen. There seems to be evolutions of what kind of the topic du jour is. For SERS, it was the 6% rule, and for a while, that's the only type of hearing they ran. And then those just dissipated, and suddenly we had shifted to other issues. Not unlike what, return to work issues you have of the same kind of issues of people coming back out of retirement and what that means for their benefit.
Right, and I think at one time people just ignored it. And the driver's ed people thought they were a special class, and in a way they were, and that's why they got their own legislation, because they weren't really working a school day, they were working after school for a few hours. So they're separate from us now.
Victor or Phil, Tammy, did you want to make a comment before I go back? Victor? No? All right, Maria, then we're going to move on.
Thank you. And another thing, over the last 3 years, a lot of policies have been added to return to work where they're pretty much telling the members, unless you have proof and evidence, you're not going to get your case. So do you really want a hearing? And it was discouraging because a lot of those members, and the judge would give them an extension. The problem was with the Board of Education not providing the documentation, and especially the special ed teacher, driver ed teachers, because they would have sign-in sheets, and then the excuse was to not pay them. Oh, no, so-and-so no longer works here. We don't keep those records. Whoever heard of not keeping sign-in sheets and whatever for years and years? And he would give them the extra time to try to get those documents. But I knew sooner or later, and then they tried a couple of years ago, and Trustee Nelson and I fought for it, and we kept it on there, but we'll see. This is like the fourth schedule in the last 2 years. And there's always a great rationale why, and I promise you, and this is gonna work better, and it's.
Trustee Rodriguez, I'm so glad you brought that up, because if there is a common theme that I see in the return to work issues at State University Retirement System, IMRF, and your fund, it is the employer who is letting our members down. So it happens across the state. And again, we got to continue to find, let's prevent the problem before it becomes an issue for our members.
Well, the hearings were their only hope.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
I have my hand up again.
Oh.
Go ahead, Trustee Riley.
She never put it in.
One of the other things was that people were encouraged to meet with staff to iron it out before they even got to the hearing.
Yeah, they sure were.
And that eliminated some of them.
Well, who created the return to work? I don't know. President Blackwell, do you know? Was it here when you?
We got to move on, Maria. Thanks, Mayor.
No, it was just a question.
That's all right. We got to move on. Thanks, Carolyn.
Of course.
And there's no action on that. We were just presenting it to the board. Bring it back. We can bring it back. Okay, thank you. Takes us to 13. Executive session. To entertain a motion to go into closed session for litigation.
Are we
purposes.
approving this or not?
Executive session minutes, investment matter section, deliberations, and personnel. Motion made by Trustee Washington. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Trustee Washington, seconded by Trustee Weiss.
Roll call, Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
Trustee Nelson,
Yes.
Trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
Trustee Price Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Benson,
Yes.
Trustee Washington,
Yes.
and Trustee Weiss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Victor and Mary sharing a couple minutes to log.
So we'll need our two trustees who are remote to join us on the separate Zoom link.
Executive Director Lenore, so the camera will be off?
Trustee Blackwell. Trustee Blackwell.
Present.
Trustee Nelson.
Present.
Trustee Price Ward.
Present.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Present.
Trustee Vincent.
Present.
Trustee Washington.
Present.
Trustee Weiss.
Present, thank you.
Trustee Ochoa.
Present.
And Trustee Riley.
Present.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the May 18th executive session minutes.
So moved.
Motion made by trustee Riley, seconded by trustee Price Ward. And roll call.
Trustee Blackwell.
Yes.
Trustee Nelson.
Yes.
Trustee Ochoa.
Yes.
Trustee Price Ward.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Travelers. Trustee Vincent.
Yes.
Trustee Washington.
Yes.
Trustee Weiss.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. That takes us to 15, unfinished business.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. After reading the Cranes and Pensionite article yesterday sent to us from CGPF, it stated, quote, "Our Board of Trustees was fully apprised of this situation in August 2022, and we considered the matter closed. I was deeply troubled by the full 16-page report. What we heard exactly a year ago today was a one-page report. I'm not in agreement with the
Didn't
statement."
you just do this in closed session?
Pardon?
I said, didn't you just make the same statement in closed session?
No, I did not get to ask all my questions. I asked you, no. No, I did not. One last sentence.
Yeah, I don't know.
I am not,
Let me ask counsel, can we talk? Because some of the statements she did make in closed session that you just stated. So I don't
no,
know if
this
we can,
is an open because the statement was made.
I'm not quite sure. Counsel, please, Carol and Dan.
So this was a matter we covered in closed session. However, I do believe trustee Rodriguez can complete her statement.
And I'm almost finished. I'm not in agreement with the statement provided by CGPF to the media. Please do not include my name in future responses to the media without my consent. Thank you.
Did anyone want to make a? Go ahead.
A question, I mean, so like, are our names, I mean, you said Board of Trustees, right?
That's right, because we operate as one entity,
Yes.
not as individual trustees.
Yes. So per that request, would that mean that it would say Board of Trustees minus so-and-so? I mean,
That's fine.
that's a, I mean, and I'm
That's
not being
fine.
facetious.
No.
That's a
No.
genuine question.
No,
That's fine.
that's a reasonable, question, because anytime there's action that occurs, there may be people who vote against the action or don't agree with the action, but in an entity, we take action as a board, and per our voting rule and per our policies, the board speaks as one, and we don't, there may be dissent, but it's not,
I got
it's
you.
board action.
I got you. Thank you. Right.
New business? Motion to adjourn?
So.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Ward, Price Ward, and seconded by trustee Weiss.
Blackwell.
Reverse the order.
Trustee Nelson.
That's not
That's
reversed.
not
Trustee Washington.
Yes.
Trustee Vincent.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Price Ward.
Yes.
Trustee Ochoa.
Yes.
Trustee Nelson.
Yes.
Blackwell.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with the long meeting.
Yeah, goodbye, everyone.
All right, Victor, Mary Sharon.
Bye-bye.